Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. Ukraine neo-Nazis arms the Mexican cartels with U.S.-grade military weapons. All hell breaks loose. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all, well, we're going to dig into what the fake news won't do. We've been reported on the New York neo-Nazis arming the drug cartels. Now we got to dig deep into that. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and say what everybody's been thinking. Of course, the United States is behind what's happening in Mexico right now. So in case you haven't seen the news the last couple of days, in Puerto Vallarta, there has been a war between the Mexican government and a huge cartel. Now, the capo of this cartel, El Mencho, was killed by the Mexican government. And then within hours, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel hijacked buses, set cars on fire, blocked roads from Puerto Vallarta to Guadalajara. It almost looked as if this was a trained military operation, the way they acted so swiftly and the grade of weapons that they were using. And that's because the grade of weapons that they were using were military grade, and not just from any military, the United States. There have been multiple reports talking about how these drug syndicates, these cartels, have been overpowering the police with ammunition made for the U.S. military. And this has been a long-standing issue in Mexico. Since 2012, 137,000 50 caliber rounds have been seized that were traced back specifically to the U.S. Army. And for those of you who don't know, let me spell it out for you. 50 cals aren't those bullets that go pew, pew. Those are the bullets that go like leave a hole in you big enough that Randy Fine can roll on through you. But in case you needed more proof, we can't forget in February 2026, there was a report that showed that 62% of U.S. source crime guns recovered in Mexico with short time to crime intervals were bought in from Arizona. Also, Arizona have been letting in 50 caliber rifles that are capable of downing helicopters in piercing armor. Oh, but it gets better. Here's DB Geopolitics referring back to a post that they made on September the 8th, 2025, showing that this cartel waging war with the Mexican government right now was being trained in Ukraine. In fact, recent intelligence suggests that the cartel traveled to Ukraine to get those weapons and bring them back into Mexico without a hiccup. And if they got weapons from Ukraine, we know Ukraine's weapons aren't actually made in Ukraine. They are made by whom? Ding, ding, ding. The United States. So if those weapons made their way out of Ukraine all the way back to Mexico, when Trump supposedly has the most secure border out of every president in U.S. history, that likely means that the U.S. green-lighted that arrangement, wouldn't it? I mean, y'all, I bullshit you not. In December, a federal grand jury of New York indicted Paul Campbell, who was the former deputy chief office of financial operations for the DEA under the Obama administration, for his role in narco-terrorism conspiracy, money laundering, and all that good stuff with this specific cartel. Like, at this point, it's just safe to assume that the U.S. and the CJNG have a closer relationship than me and my wife do. Now, don't y'all just find it a little bit coincidental that all of this happens just a little over a month after Trump announced that he wanted to conduct strikes in Mexico to take out the cartels? And I'm guessing that it also must be a coincidence that one of the largest tourist cities in Mexico is at war right now, right before Trump gives his State of the Union address today. A State of the Union address, by the way, that Trump will be able to use to brag about the fact that he worked with the Mexican military to kill this cartel leader, but simultaneously we'll be able to say, but look at how bad the cartel problem is in Mexico. And therefore, we have justification to conduct strikes and send our military in. It's a win-win for him. And of course, anything to not talk about those Epstein files. Can't forget that. But I just wonder how the U.S. military is going to feel when they end up in Mexico fighting against this cartel, looking like the Spider-Man meme whenever they realize that they're getting shot at with their own weapons, including 50 caliber rounds. You know what they say? All the world's a stage. And Trump and the U.S. are piss poor actors. Come on, bro. Like, can this be any more obvious at this point?
Ukraine's war has drawn in soldiers from across the globe, but not all of them came to fight for freedom. A chilling new report claims that Mexican drug cartels may be sending operatives to Ukraine's front lines, not to battle Russia, but to master deadly drone warfare tactics, and then carry those skills back to Latin America. According to Mexico's National Intelligence Center, or CNI, quietly alerted Ukraine's SBU security service earlier this summer. In a confidential memo, Mexican officials warned that some foreign volunteers inside Ukraine's military may actually be cartel proxies, joining the fight to gain access to drone training, not for ideological reasons. These individuals reportedly enlisted in the International Legion, a special foreign unit under Ukraine's main intelligence directorate, known as HUR. Their true objective: to learn how to operate FPV drones, fast, cheap, and highly lethal tools that have transformed modern warfare and could soon transform narco warfare back home. In response to the Mexican warning, the SBU and HUR launched a sweeping internal investigation. It focused on a disturbing pattern. Foreign fighters, particularly from Mexico and Colombia, were bypassing vetting, fixating solely on drone operations and ignoring other combat training. One man stood out, a Mexican national codenamed Aguila 7. He entered Ukraine in March 2024 using a fake Salvadoran identity, passed through standard training in Lviv, and quickly caught instructors' attention for his unusual expertise, from thermal blind spot detection to jamming evasion using analog frequencies. What investigators found next was explosive. Aguila 7 is suspected to have ties to Mexico's GAF Special Forces, an elite military unit from which the infamous Los Zetas cartel was born. But the infiltration goes beyond Mexico. At least 3 former FARC guerrillas, Colombian rebels, reportedly passed through Ukraine using forged Venezuelan and Panamanian documents. The case is now being handled by the SBU's main counterintelligence division with technical oversight. An SBU official offered a grim admission saying,
"We accepted volunteers with good intentions, but it must be admitted, Ukraine has become a global platform for the dissemination of FPV tactics. Some come here to learn how to kill with a $400 drone, and then sell that knowledge to the highest bidder."
This revelation raises urgent global questions.
Now,
as Ukraine becomes an
drone warfare is the most deadliest warfare in military combat right now. The U.S. Army don't even know how to do the proper drone warfare that the Ukrainians just taught to the cartels. That's a fact. The U.S. military do not know how to do the drone warfare that the cartels know how to do, and we proved it. Them drones can take our tanks, they can take our planes. If you know how to be a drone operator in combat, you can take on the U.S. military. That's a fact.
Expected hub for combat tech proliferation. Are nations prepared for the next evolution of cartel violence?
Where they are. And so the Ukrainian military has been selling, I think everyone's aware of this, it's true, a large percentage of these weapons onto international arms markets, and they've wound up with some of the worst people in the world and destabilized the world. But there's been no attempt by any agency in the U.S. government that I'm aware of to keep track of where they are. And moreover, the CIA has lied about that. So,
well, Tucker, let's face it, the CIA is a black hole. We don't really know what goes into it, and we're not really sure what comes out of it other than destruction. You know, wherever the CIA dabbles and moves in, we end up with subversion, revolution, disintegration. That's everything we touch, literally. That's why it was such a stroke of genius to get rid of USAID. USAID was helping to fund all the nonsense along with National Endowment for Democracy. Thank God for those things. But I don't know about the gentleman Radcliffe who is in charge of the CIA. I don't know what his march orders are, but we have a very serious problem over there. This has been operating for a very long time in isolation from any accountability and any real oversight. So that needs to be stripped down to the bare bolts and find out what's really happening over there. Everybody talks about the Epstein files and all these kinds of things. I'm sure it'd be nice to know the truth about all of that, but there's much worse going on in the CIA globally, and we need to put a stop to it. But these are actions that we have to take, not just for ourselves, but to demonstrate to the rest of the world that we're serious. We want an end to these conflicts. We're not interested in waging war in everybody else's country. We're not interested in planting new governments that are puppet regimes in other people's countries. That's what it's about. That's what we've got to do. If we don't do that, we're going to eventually be dragged into a confrontation with a substantial portion of the world.
And then we don't prevail.
Oh, of course not. Of course not. But keep in mind, what about the American people? There's nobody here. We walk outside, find anybody who says, well, there's a train leaving, for Ukraine. You can get all your equipment, draw it right there in the train station, get on and go and fight in Ukraine. See how many people show up. Oh, well, why don't we bomb Iran? Would you like to be part of the strike package? We have a seat for you on a B-2 and you can watch the bombs go off. Would you like to do that? Nobody wants to do that. There's no interest in this country in any of that crap. But people in this country are damn well interested in what's happening on the Mexican border. And I just spent 3 days down there. And they're damn well interested in what's happening in Mexico because they know that that is a cesspool of barbarism, savagery, criminality. And that's our existential threat. Not China, not Russia, not Iran, not anywhere. We can manage those things. President Trump can manage those things. This thing down on the Mexican border is really at a boiling point. We need to understand that.
Tell me, what does that mean?
Well, what it means is that the cartels run everything. I mean, we hear about this President Scheinbaum in Mexico. Forget it. She controls 40 square kilometers in Mexico City. This whole thing is an organized crime state. Everyone in Mexico knows the truth. If you go to Mexico City, my oldest son was just down there for a month. And he speaks very fluent Spanish, and he was talking to lots of people, and he loved the place, loved Mexico City, loves Mexicans. But they'll tell you flat out, well, don't go there, and don't go here, and don't go there, and don't ride in this cab, and don't take this automobile. Don't go to that airport, everything. everybody knows the truth. Everybody knows who operates what, who controls what. And if you navigate through this maze of invested power of the cartels, you can survive. But if you accidentally cross into their territory and are seen as a potential problem in any way, shape, or form, you are dead. But at the same time, you've got whole families of these cartels, people that work for them that are being treated for dental needs, medical problems, whatever else. I mean, you join the cartel, you get free health care, you get all of this. It's bizarre, but it's real. And you pointed out the weapons going down there are serious. I was down there and we talked to several people who were border patrolmen, also talked to some Texas Guard people. They said, we just go 100 yards on the other side into Mexico, and behind the ridgeline over there, you'll see all the weapons, all the RPGs, the Javelin missile systems that have found their way to Mexico.
Javelin missile system?
Yeah, we've got it. They've got those things over there.
From Ukraine?
Yeah, sure. Well, we sent over, I don't know how many, 1,000 of them? And several hundred were captured by the Russians. And then I'm sure several were sold on the black market. I mean, about 50% of everything that showed up there ended up somewhere that didn't belong.
That's what they're not telling the American people. The Mexican cartels can fight a small. You have to send a real U.S. military. You have to send 100,000 troops. You can't send in no small Delta Force or the. Are you crazy? Ukraine and sold the cartels high grade. They got what the motherfucking U.S. military got. Those javelins is not no game to be played with. You ain't no armored vehicle you gonna roll up on with no javelin, bro.
Yeah, it's just one huge corrupt industry in Ukraine. And the longer we feed it cash, the worse it will get. So you've got to starve it of cash, starve it of ammunition, and end it. Ukrainian people will ultimately thank you for it. They've had enough.
No matter where you are politically, I think every American can agree that the greatest blessing of this life is children, babies, new / Tucker Weary, proud partner.
They're tired of it.
What do you think the actual losses are on both sides in that war?
I think the Russians have lost, well, when they say Russians, let's put it this way. The Russians, 90 to 100,000 dead. They may have lost another 10 to 20,000 non-Russians from within the military establishment. And that's one of the great achievements.
Because you see, this was 11 months ago. Shame on the U.S. media acting like they don't know that the cartel got these weapons, and they were reporting. Tucker was reporting on it. I reported on it. Other people reported on it. The Ukraine neo-Nazis trained the cartels and gave them American military weapons. That's just a fact.
Achievements, by the way, of President Putin has been to weld this force together that includes large numbers of Muslim Turks who are extremely competent fighters, very tough. In fact, the Chechen fighters are cleaning out Kursk right now, Kursk Oblast, because the Ukrainians made a mistake. They hurled large numbers of drones down into Chechnya and killed a number of people, and that just lit a fuse that is now exploding.
Who'd want to fight with Chechnya?
I certainly don't. No normal man wants to fight the Turks.
Right. I mean, there's two wars. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I sort of followed it in the news. So maybe not want to mess with the Chechens at all.
Never, ever. Absolutely not. And there's a good, healthy relationship right now between the
boss was captured and then subsequently killed in a firefight over the last couple of days. This was El Mencho, who was the boss of Jalisco's new generation cartel. And what we've seen in the news is a lot of violence breaking out all across Mexico. We have seen some pretty insane, lots of fires, destruction. Looks like people were being kidnapped and held hostage. And it just seemed like absolute mayhem had broken out inside of Mexico. It turns out a lot of it was real, but a lot of it was also AI generated, which begs some questions. Why would that be? Who was creating the AI generation? What were they looking? What was the aim of doing that? Joining us now is someone who lives in Mexico. Derek Brose, he's an investigative journalist, creator of the Pyramid of Power, and also the author of a new book called A Man of My Word, How I Overcame Addiction, Depression, and Mental and Physical Prisons. Derek, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Kim, for having me back on.
Okay. What the heck is going on right now in Mexico? I mean, we're getting so many different conflicting reports from it's all mayhem. People are being captured in the airports. Everything's being burnt down. The state is in complete disarray. And then the government of Mexico comes out and says, that's not true. Yeah, there was a bit of violence, but everything's calmed down. Now they're saying from the latest reports is that the violence is, it's all calm everywhere in Mexico, except in right around Puerto Vallarta, basically, where a lot of tourists go. I honeymooned in Puerto Vallarta. I was just in Puerto Vallarta last year. I mean, it's a great, beautiful area. And they're saying now that the violence is still concentrated in that Jalisco and in that region right there by Puerto Vallarta. What do you know about what's going on? And then I want to break down, like, there's a lot of theories out there about this cartel boss, about what's going on. There's conspiracies, there's all kinds of stuff, and we're going to break all of that down. But tell us, like, right now, was it absolute chaos in Mexico?
Nathan Watkins doesn't believe in limits, especially limits on your property taxes. Watkins testified.
There was absolutely violence and I guess what people would consider chaos for the 24 hours, mainly starting on Sunday and Monday when the operation began. When the Mexican military, with support from the U.S. intelligence, they say there was no U.S. troops here, but they did get intelligence support when they went after El Mencho, after tracking him through one of his romantic partners and basically finding him in the rural part of Jalisco. And after there was basically a shootout. From what we've been told, they had chased him and his bodyguards into the woods. They eventually caught them. He was wounded as well as his bodyguards in the process. And the Mexican military started to transport them to Mexico City, and he and his bodyguards died in the process, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because he couldn't be brought to justice for the various crimes.
They executed that man and his bodyguards. That man probably got about access to 20, 30 billion goddamn dollars. They want that. The Mexican military didn't do nothing but surround the place. And the U.S. elite forces, they went in and they did the dirty work and they killed them. Mexico don't want to be known because they don't want the entire Mexico to go up in flames. Yes, and they absolutely executed that man after they extracted the good data that they wanted from him, like his pass codes to every motherfucking thing, where everything at, shit like that. Like they stole 12 billion from El Chapo when they got him.
He's accused of. And in response to that, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel started to, flex their muscle, you could say, and they did burn some vehicles. They did burn some gas stations and different things like that in Puerto Vallarta, as you mentioned, as well as in Guadalajara. And we also got reports as far as Tulum, which is the complete other side of the country. There was reports of roads being blocked by burning cars in some parts of Michoacan, as well as Colima. So a few other states were impacted by this. And it mainly seems like it was the areas where the Jalisco New Generation Cartel had some influence or had some soldiers, you could say, they're foot soldiers. And this is, while it looks, obviously horrible and it's a violent scene, and there was a report I will mention of at least a couple of civilians killed in the process and 28 Mexican soldiers killed in the process. It is unfortunately not completely new to see this happening from the cartels. We've seen in the past, for example, whenever the Mexican military went after El Chapo years ago, the same thing happened. The cartels sort of responded with violence. And at that time, he was still alive. El Chapo was still alive. He had been arrested. And the Mexican government basically sort of conceded and chose to release him instead of letting the violence continue. In this case, El Mencho was already dead, so there was nothing they could do as far as releasing him to try to end the violence. But there was a 24-hour period where there was quite a bit of violence. Most of it, as you said, concentrated in Puerto Vallarta, even though that's not where they caught him. Again, they just sort of flexed their muscle, as their name implies. They're in Jalisco, that state, and they know there's a lot of tourist activity. And also, it's worth mentioning that in the coming months, there's going to be huge soccer matches in Guadalajara and Monterrey and Mexico City. as we lead towards the World Cup supposed to happen in Mexico City. So it's seemed like, in my perspective, putting in perspective of what's happened in the past, that there was kind of like almost like a child sort of lashing out. Like they wanted to flex their muscle, show like, hey, we're here, we're going to cause destruction, we're going to cause chaos. There was videos of people, running out of the airports and allegedly, gunfire at the airport. And Guadalajara said there was nothing happening there. So there's some conflicting reports. And to make it even more confusing, as you point out, Kim, there's also AI videos that were certainly circulating. Right. There was false videos. And it's not that hard for somebody to take, for example, a video of an airport and add some gunfire to the background, add a soundtrack to it, and make it look all the worse. I think there was definitely some incidents of that. And of course, the Mexican government is doing their best to sort of downplay everything. We have everything under control. Everything's back to normalcy. And I will say, having friends in Puerto Vallarta who have now been able to get on the airports and make their way back home, many of them were trapped there, for the 24-hour period. Things seem to have gone back to normal. There were certain areas like San Miguel de Allende, which had curfews. Morelia, where I'm living in, didn't have a curfew, but it was definitely quieter. It seemed like people were just taking precautions because they were uncertain how the cartels might respond or react. But as of today, it appears like everything has mostly gone back to normal. There's no more reports of vehicles being burned or any other action. Who knows what the coming days hold. But as of now, things have gone back to normalcy.
What do you think that is going to happen? I mean, some of the theories are that the lashing out wasn't just anger over El Mencho being killed, but also that there was this, kind of like those that are wanting to show that they could be the next one, that they could be the new boss. And so they're trying to flex and show, hey, we can get all of these guys and we can round them all up. And this is what the type of chaos we can cause. What do you think is happening there? Is there now like a power vacuum?
I definitely think that there's a possibility of that. And there are, many scholars of cartel violence who've been warning about that. Now, the thing that makes this one maybe slightly different from what I mentioned, like with El Chapo or the Sinaloa cartel, which the Jalisco New Generation cartel itself was sort of an offshoot of the Sinaloa cartel, which had previously been the biggest and most violent cartel, and they still do exist. But so there was already a fracturing that happened there that eventually led to the Jalisco New Generation cartel. And there's now, as most sort of cartel/mafia organizations, it tends to operate around family. And so, El Mencho, he has sons and stepson, and there has been some, question about who's going to step in, because it wasn't just him that was killed and captured. One of his sons as well has been captured in the past, and other leaders just in the last, day or last week or so. There's other people that are in powerful positions who have been arrested or indicted by the U.S. and who are the focus now of this this intervention from the Mexican government and the U.S. So there is the potential for that, where you look around and you see, well, who's second or third or fourth and fifth in command? And those people potentially, if they don't want to accept, no, I'm the next in line. No, I'm the next in line. That can result in the cartel splitting up, which on one hand could potentially be good, because the Jalisco New Generation cartel, as you're showing the videos there, I mean, people have seen their propaganda videos. This is not just some local guys with a couple of handguns. These are well-armed, well-trained, and we'll talk more about the source of that in a moment. They've got, Humvees, they've got, anti-tank rocket launchers and things like that. So this is a very, very organized and high-powered cartel. So if they do split off and start warring with each other, obviously that could lead to more violence in the streets of Mexico, as Mexico has seen in the past decades. That, I think, is the major concern, that if that power vacuum does sort of exist and nobody steps into the place and the rest of the people accept them and say, okay, you're the rightful heir to the throne, then it could lead to warring factions. And that would not be good.
What do the Mexican people think about all of this? I mean, why are they putting up with all of these cartels? Is it that they have zero choice, that they really are just that dangerous, that they all just are cowering down and scared? Is it, I guess that's what's amazing about it, is why do the Mexican people, I mean, there's definitely more Mexican people than there are cartel members. Sure. So why not rise up and just tell them all to get the heck out,
Well, I do think that there's some of that going on, and so it's a complex situation. Again, I've been living in Mexico for 6 years, visiting for almost a decade, but I'm by no means an expert on the history of cartel violence. But I have done quite a bit of studying and research on it since I've been here to try to understand, because particularly where I live in Morelia and Michoacan is considered, if you were to look up on the U.S. Department state website, they'll tell you not to visit Michoacan. And even other Mexicans, when we talked, like, oh my God, you live in Michoacan, because even in Mexico it has this very this reputation of being very violent and dangerous. And for sure, in the western part of the state, up in the mountains, that is largely where some of the cartels hide out, and occasionally they do commit acts of violence. But the thing about it that's important for people to understand is that by and large, life in Mexico is just like any other Western country. I mean, you can walk your kids to school, you can go to the gym, you can go buy groceries, and you're not just seeing people beheaded on every street or violence taking place. It is something that
they kidnapping busloads of kids and teachers, killing them, finding them in mass graves. Busloads of kids don't get kidnapped and found in teachers found in mass graves. They shoot up schools here. You see this? They whacking politicians left and right. Just whacked a couple of mayors. This dude is lying. He's lying because he know goddamn well he can only report. See, this is how I go in Mexico. He is used as a tool by one of them cartels to target the other cartels, make the other cartels look bad while he is positioned in a city where there is a cartel and he pretend like they're in the motherfucking mountains. And then he tell a lie. Mexico is just like any other Western country. That is a damn lie, bro. The cartels run the fucking country, and that's just the truth.
That does exist, I would say, more behind the scenes in terms of some businesses might be extorted and you never know about it. People show up and say, hey, we're with this cartel or whoever, and we're going to offer you protection, which is what they like to say, right? And so now you have to pay this fee every month. And people sometimes will say no, and maybe they end up harmed. Other times, maybe they choose to move and leave. But there has been resistance in Mexico over the last 15, 20 years. They're known as autodefensas, and it's largely in the state of Michoacan as well as elsewhere, where people have chosen to say, you know what, if the government's not going to take care of us, we're going to start to arm ourselves. And they will train themselves as best as they can, and they will set up checkpoints in their towns and sort of try to check who's coming in and doing their best, because the reality is that the Mexican federal government is very weak in a lot of areas. And of course, we can talk in a moment about the razor thin line between the Mexican government and the cartels. And so a lot of people have no faith and trust in the government itself, which is one of the things I like about Mexico, that people generally don't trust the government. But that leaves people in the situation where they either have to step up and take care of themselves, like you said, try to rise up. And that has happened. There's a city, a town of 20,000 in Michoacan called Cheran. And this April, they will be celebrating their 14th anniversary, actually it's 15th anniversary, since they rose up against the cartels in their own town. And they were one of the first places to successfully essentially kick out the cartels, kick out the corrupted cops, and then get recognized by the federal government as an autonomous region. And so since that time, it hasn't been easy, but I visited there. I did a documentary you can find on my website about this. And they actually were forced to. These are not like radical political activists. These are just, grandmas and grandpas and regular people who got sick of their forest being logged, got sick of violence in their community, and one day chose to rise up really kind of spontaneously. And they were able to successfully do that. And then they were recognized by the federal government and declared autonomous, where they kicked out all the cops, all the there's no politicians allowed, no political parties. It's really a beautiful story. And so there's definitely pockets like that in Mexico where people have been able to successfully do that. And then there's other stories like Urapan, which is, an hour and a half outside of Morelia where I live. And maybe about 3 or 4 months ago, the mayor over there, Carlos Manzo, people may have heard he was assassinated. This was a mayor that was running very openly on taking out the cartels. And he was being a very brave man, and he kind of started a movement almost. And he was riding along with the cops and going out there and putting himself in the front lines. And he was unfortunately assassinated. And there's definitely theories about who was involved, if the government was involved, or they knew. But basically he was saying, look, they're not going to come defend us. They're not going to protect us. We need to start arming ourselves. I'm going to put myself out there, and I'm going to confront this head on. So that does happen. I don't think necessarily that the Mexican people are laying down and taking it. I mean, I guess try to put it in perspective of if this was happening in the U.S., most people probably will just try to stay out of trouble. We don't want to just put ourselves in the front line. But when push comes to shove, eventually people do what they must. They're not radical anarchist activists fighting against the government. They're just trying to survive. And sometimes you push somebody too hard, they're gonna react and respond. But I think that, again, it's the combination of that. For the most part, life in Mexico is normal. There's nothing to react to. Occasionally, though, things like this might happen. You see these spikes of violence, and that makes the international news, that makes social media and everything. And then people out there who have their own ulterior motives say Mexico's a war zone. It's, World War III or whatever. They can take those isolated scenes of violence, which are bad and not something to be celebrated or accepted. I don't think most Mexicans want it to happen. It's just kind of a fact of life right now, and they know that the government isn't protecting them.
People around the world see all the violence that happens in the United States, the gangs shooting each other in the streets of Chicago, and mass shootings that happen at movie theaters and festivals, and they say, oh wow, something's really terrible going on in America, and I don't want to go there. I mean, I think a lot of people have the same sort of perception of the United States. I love Mexico.
Exactly.
I think it's one of the greatest countries. And yeah, it would be nice if the violence and the cartels went away, went by the wayside the same way we were able to get rid of the mafia here in the United States, or at least severely reduce the influence of the mafia here in the United States. It'd be good if we could do the same thing, or not we, but if Mexico could do the same thing when it comes to the cartels. But let's talk about the government
real quick.
and the cartels.
Could I just add to that real quick? Just real quick before we move on. So that, I just want to add some context just for people who don't know. That has happened in the past. Past administrations did try to be more aggressive with the cartel, and unfortunately, they that's when the most violence happened. And not to say that means they shouldn't try, of course, but because of that, the previous president, AMLO, and the current president, Claudia Sheinbaum, their party, the Morena party, has pretty much taken, a hands-off approach up until more recently. There's pressure now from the Trump administration, but AMLO, when he was in office, his whole policy was hugs, not guns, and
Right,
so
okay.
basically they were like, we're going to not go after the cartel, and because we don't want violence. It's obviously not a winning strategy, but
Right.
yeah.
Elon Musk has recently accused President Sheinbaum of being owned by the cartels. In fact, the Mexican government is thinking of even suing Elon Musk for his comments that say that she does what her cartel bosses tell her to do, is what he basically said online. What is the truth with that when it comes to the Mexican government and the cartels, and that razor thin line that you say is really just between them?
Yeah, I did see that statement from Musk, and I saw the response from the Mexican government. And in my opinion, I'm not really supporting either of these people. I think that Elon's right in this sense. I also think he's a huge spreader of disinformation on his own platform and often promotes things that are false. But I don't think that he's incorrect in this sense. There is a high suspicion of most of the Mexican people, most of my Mexican friends that I know and have talked to about this, essentially believe that that's correct. And her party, the Morena party, as I said, when they came into office, they sort of took a hands-off approach to the cartel. And many people suspect that's because, well, they're working hand in glove with them. And so they have come to some sort of agreement of, you're allowed to basically do your thing, traffic drugs, do whatever sort of things, but don't cause open violence, and we'll sort of stay out of your way. And, it's like, the way I see it is, I don't want the U.S. government to come here to try to figure this out, and U.S. intelligence to be involved. But I also do think the reality is it's complex. Like, how do you pull the cartel, which has been firmly entrenched in Mexico's government for decades now? How do you find out which politicians you can trust? Many of them have been exposed, and many of them do work with the cartel, and then sometimes they end up later getting killed if they try to turn against them, like I mentioned with Carlos Manzo. So it is a delicate situation. I think that it's probably very true that going up to the highest levels of the Morena party, there is influence by the cartel, not only the Jalisco New Generation cartel. They're in the news right now, of course, and they're very powerful. But there are other smaller cartels in different parts of the country as well that do exist, that don't have as much influence. I don't think it's too big of a conspiracy to imagine that there is, I don't know if she's literally on the phone and has them on speed dial and they're giving her marching orders, or if it's more of an sort of unspoken agreement that she knows some of her cabinet members may be cartel members. Some of the people in her, different departments might be cartel members, and she knows that she has to kind of move delicately. I don't know if we have those answers right now, but I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility at all.
Have you been wondering how people turn side hustles into full-blown online businesses that make money?
Okay. Well, one thing that makes us all suspicious is, let's go back to the footage of the cartel looking very militant. So we don't have anything like this in the United States, where cartel members look like actual military. I mean, where even militia groups here in the United States are not militarized like this, to where they have tanks and sophisticated weaponry and they're very highly sophisticated looking. But anyway, the question is that there's been some reports that many members of this cartel traveled to Ukraine to gain combat experience and to learn advanced drone warfare techniques. So they apparently know how to use drones. Then there was, if we fast forward to earlier this month, there was El Paso airport being shut down,
Right.
and they claimed it was going to be shut down for
The neo-Nazis trained the Mexican cartels. The Aryans trained the Mexican cartels. They work hand in hand in the United States, the Aryans and the Mexicans. Everybody know that. That's not a secret. We all know that. But the news don't want to talk about it. Under Biden, the neo-Nazis in Ukraine trained the Mexican cartels in drone warfare. That means they'll defeat the Mexican military. That's why the Mexican military is scared of them. And the U.S. going to have to really go in there in large numbers to stomp out the cartels. That's just a fact.
For 10 days. The FAA said, we're going to shut this down for 10 days. And then, and the report was at that time that it was the U.S. government was saying that they were shooting down drones coming from Mexican cartels. And then, they said, well, it ended up being like a party balloon. And then they ended up opening up the airport that same day or the very next day. So, now we fast forward to today and we get these, and we see all the footage of them looking heavily militarized, having tanks. We then see, we now get the reports that many of them trained in Ukraine, which is an ally of the United States. So these guys were training with U.S. weapons, U.S. training, U.S. drones, all of this. Then we've got also the defense minister of Mexico coming out saying that the defense secretary says that 80% of the weapons seized from the cartels are of U.S. origin and the rest 20% are from Israel. So he's saying these cartel members have our weapons. We now have reports that they were fighting in Ukraine, which is our training and our weapons. And then you've got the Mexican government's not really doing a whole lot about the cartels. I mean, now they are because Trump has clearly put on a lot of pressure. I mean, I think that maybe Trump threatening Mexico all the time. And, first he starts blowing up boats in the ocean. And then he starts saying, we're coming after you, Mexico. We're going to send ground troops in. That might have pushed Sheinbaum into actually having to do something if Mexico wants to maintain its sovereignty and not end up like Maduro from Venezuela, right? So maybe I mean, what are you making of all of those links? That seems to be, there's some suspicion there. Then there's people, of course, that always say, oh, the cartels are actually run by the CIA, that they don't operate on their own, that if it was just the cartels operating on their own, they would just be drug runners. They would just be selling drugs. But instead, they've grown into these really powerful, ultra militarized forces. And one has got a question. How did they get all of that infrastructure? How did they get all of those weapons? How did they get those tanks? Because like I said, we're not seeing militia groups here in the United States who have any of this. So what's this about, do you think?
These are great questions. So to the Ukraine point you mentioned, so that originally comes from a French outlet called Intelligence Online. And this was reported, a little while back, exactly what you're saying, that there was reports of Mexican cartel members going to Ukraine and learning how to use anti rocket launchers, anti-tank rocket launchers, and learning how to use drones to take down helicopters. And I will say that there was a report just with this latest event that happened that one of the Mexican military helicopters was attacked. It wasn't taken down, it wasn't shot down, but it apparently had to go, land at a military base to kind of get repaired or whatever. So those things are happening. And I think that if we take, starting with the most mainstream and maybe favorable perspective to Donald Trump, that would be that Trump's pressure is working, right? That Trump's, saber rattling and talking crap to Claudia Sheinbaum and saying they better do something, or we're going to send in troops, or we're going to start doing our own drone bombing. They've talked about that they would go out into the mountains of Mexico, where some of the cartel members are hiding, and start drone bombing them. And as you said, Claudia Sheinbaum has pushed back every time and said, we'll take help, we'll take intelligence, but we don't want U.S. military here. We're a sovereign nation. So if you want to give that perspective, which I think there's some element of that, then you could just say Trump's pressure is working. And so the Mexican military chose to act. According to the reports I've been reading, they were saying once they found El Mencho, they they were sort of deciding, should we go after him? We know there's going to be conflict if we do, or should we just let him go and keep following him? They decided to act knowing that there would be violence, but that they figured they could contain the violence, and it would be over quickly, so it was worth doing. So that's one perspective, and I think there is some truth to that Trump's pressure, saber rattling, and there's also the fact that later this summer the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, is going to be up for negotiation again, and I think that's another thing, is that Trump is trying to put pressure on Mexico, getting them to do what he wants in order to get better terms on that agreement when it comes up. Now, in terms of the other elements, which there's something to, okay, well, how does the Mexican cartel members travel all the way to Ukraine and get training and then bring that knowledge back? And particularly with the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, there's a really great report which was aggregated by Gray Zone, but originally comes from Covert Action magazine. And in that report, which was released 2021, they talk about how several cartel members from Jalisco New Generation Cartel, they gave an anonymous interview to Telemundo, and they were saying that as far back as 2019, that they were receiving training. And at their training grounds, they said that there was Marines there. They said there was Delta Force there. They said that there was special operations from U.S. military, at least a couple of soldiers. Now, you could argue this isn't an official program. It's some, soldiers of fortune who retired and started to use their skills to train, whoever, mercenaries or whatever. But that is at least the claim that has been around for a few years, that some of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel members anonymously claimed that they were trained by U.S. Special Forces. And I think that what's interesting about that is that the Jalisco New Generation Cartel has a specific cell, a specific unit within their organization, because they are highly organized, that is called the Deltas. And the Deltas themselves were very active during this event that just happened the last couple of days. And so you could argue that the Deltas just nicknamed themselves that because, they're trying to mimic U.S. Deltas and give themselves some sort of credibility. Others believe that that is because, well, they were specifically trained by the Deltas, or maybe even have some more direct connection there. And I don't think these things are beyond the realm of possibility, because of the history that we know of the CIA's involvement in drug running and in funding militia groups and mercenary groups in Nicaragua and other countries since the 1980s. One other piece of this that we need to remember is that there's also in terms of what the defense secretary said about 80% of the weapons coming from the U.S., there's also Operation Fast and Furious, which was part of Project Gunrunner, which happened towards the end of the second Bush administration, going into the Obama administration. And people may remember this. This was when the ATF was saying that they were trying to track guns. And so they put GPS trackers in some of them, and they let them be purchased and brought into Mexico. And then we forgot, we lost some of them. We have no idea where they're at. This was a big scandal during Obama's second term. And a lot of people have forgotten about it, but that's not to say it's just Obama that did this, that I think a lot of MAGA is trying to just point the finger at Obama. I think it's bigger than that. But that's another piece of the puzzle here, is that it's likely that some of the ATF's alleged operation to track guns, which if you go back and look into that investigation, the GPS trackers that they use, they only worked for a few days. So it kind of almost seems like it was set up to fail, that they're going to put a GPS tracker claiming so they can track where these weapons go and then arrest the buyers once they get to cartels or whatever else. And then they're like, whoops, the GPS tracker stopped working. We have no idea where these are at. And surprise, surprise, they end up in the hands of violent cartels.
Okay.
Here's something most drivers don't know. The older your car, the cheaper your insurance should be. If your vehicle was made before 2022, you could qualify for full coverage at a steep discount, sometimes as much as 81% off.
So now what? I mean, is there anything else that we need to cover on this? Are there any other conspiracies or any other things that we should talk about?
I think that's most of the conspiracies. Yeah, I think I do want to mention, just on that last point, I'll just say that there's a really good book that I've just recently come into and I've been reading. It's called Exit Wounds. That's all about this. And the woman who wrote about it, she actually put a piece in Rolling Stone back in 2024 called How the U.S. Arms Mexican Cartels. And it's not so much on the conspiratorial side. It's more that she believes it's the U.S.'s lax gun laws and things like Fast and Furious and Gunrunner, which allow for the cartels themselves to come into the U.S. and buy stuff on the black market, or just buy it at a store, and then slowly make their way back and start shipping things back to Mexico. So there's kind of that combination of the mainstream perspective that, well, it's because the US gun laws are so loose, and so that might favor people who want to restrict gun rights. But there's also Fast and Furious, and that is a documented conspiracy that the ATF tried to transfer guns to track them and then lost them. And then there's the more conspiratorial side of, well, is it just the intelligence agencies funding these cartels? There seems to be some elements of that. And I think that in terms of what Trump wants, it's not hard to imagine without, this is speculation, of course, that there's sort of a problem reaction solution going on. Trump's been saying, Mexico better do something. Mexico better do something. He pressures the Mexican government into acting. And then the cartels react in violence. And of course, this is just going to give Trump more fuel. He hasn't made a statement so far that I've seen about the situation. We've seen some statements from the Deputy Defense Secretary, and they're congratulating Mexico and thanking them. But I wouldn't be surprised if this whole incident gets spun into another reason why Trump, says we need to go in there and start getting militarily involved in Mexico.
Well, the White House press secretary did say that the U.S. was involved, and there were a lot of reports right away that the U.S. had some involvement, and then the U.S. government came out and said, yeah, we helped in taking this guy down. I thought that was a bit irresponsible personally for them to be saying that when the violence was happening, just because I'm like, there's so many Americans who vacation in Puerto Vallarta, for example, that why would you tell the cartels, yeah, America did it, Americans did it, and then give them reason to go and kidnap a bunch of Americans or something? I mean, hopefully that doesn't happen. There's still violence going on in that area of Mexico. It's not stabilized yet. So they are still telling people to take precaution. I thought something that was really strange too was on the embassy website, they're telling travelers in that area, American travelers, that, okay, yeah, if your flight's not able to get out of Puerto Vallarta, then go to a different airport. And I'm like, what are you going to do? Get in your car and drive through that part of Mexico where the cartels are and go where exactly? Which airport are you going to drive to and go through the middle of nowhere? I mean, that's, I just don't think that that's really feasible for people either, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, well, I will say just as of today that talking with friends who were in Puerto Vallarta when this happened, most of them have been able to, these are foreigners who were, like you said, vacationing, just happened to be visiting PV at this time. They were able to make it out, some starting yesterday, some today. So they're sending videos. I mean, the burnt 18-wheelers and cars are still in the streets. And that's another kind of thread that some people are like, well, why is the military not in a hurry to clean things up? It's almost like they want these symbols to kind of be out there and sort of send a message of some sort. But people are thankfully, getting back to normal and life is going on. We'll see where things go in the coming days and weeks. But I think this is definitely an escalation, and it's just the most recent one. So I guess that, like with many things for people at home, the truth is a mix. If you're hearing people tell you that it's a war zone and this is still ongoing and people are dying in the streets, that is not the case as of this moment as we're recording this. Was there violence? Yes, there was some trucks burned. There was some looting that started happening at some of the local Oxxos, the corner stores, the gas stations, but it seems to have been sort of suppressed for the moment.
Okay. Well, hopefully, do you think, just to wrap this up, do you think that the cartels will ever be diminished in Mexico? Is there like an end in sight to the cartels?
It's hard to say. I hope and I wish, because obviously I'm speaking as an American who moved to Mexico. My partner, her family's Mexican, my family's Mexican 3 or 4 generations back, but I didn't grow up in Mexico. And so I know a lot of Mexicans who hope and pray every day that the cartels will come to an end, the violence will come to an end. And unfortunately, some of them think that, the US military coming here might be the solution. I don't agree with that, but I do hope that there's some end in sight, because Mexico is a beautiful country, a rich culture with lots of amazing people who are just trying to live their lives. And I think that they deserve to have the freedom and the security and the peace that they want. I just hope that it doesn't come at the cost of Mexico's sovereignty.
Yeah. Derek Brose, thank you so much for giving us some insight. Investigative journalist, also creator of the Pyramid of Power, which you could go to pyramidofpower.net. And we also do have civil.com.
So I want to follow up from yesterday's report about what is happening in Mexico. It's just not Puerto Vallarta. I can never say the name, but this goes deeper than what you think. And nothing is ever just what the news is reporting. Nothing is just the surface level, especially something this big. So I wanted to show you a little bit more of what's happening there. And then I've got to get to the real reason I personally believe that this is happening right now. And you're not going to see this on the mainstream media. Of course, you'll never see this on mainstream media, but let's go ahead and play this. So this says Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generacion ambushing Mexican National Guard vehicles using remotely detonated roadside IEDs, a deadly trap set along patrol routes. This is the evolving threat level in Mexico's cartel wars.
No, ya se pararon. Aguanta. Ya. Chinga su madre.
Now, this one is wild because it says the narco cartels are throwing grenades into supermarkets full of people. Meanwhile, Shine Bomb asking the South Korean government to have BTS do more concerts in Mexico. So I guess that's what the president of Mexico is doing while the people are being slaughtered.
Vámonos.
So we are in PB and we are in lockdown in our hotel. Now, we weren't expecting not to have any food and all the stores to be closed and the restaurants to be closed. And, and last minute, literally, we went out and there was only one grocery store, one little market street, and all of like the zona romantica that we can find. And the only thing we could really find was rice and plantains. So guess what we're having for dinner tonight? See? Arroz blanco y plátanos. That's all we're doing, but we're staying alive. So we're going to be like Cubans and eat arroz blanco con platanito. The thing that we don't have is what? No alcohol whatsoever. That part sucks.
Now, when I tell you it's not just in Puerto Vallarta, but it is all over different states in Mexico. So this says this map shows how dire the situation is in Mexico. Did you realize how widespread this cartel battle was? And it's not was, it's is, because it's currently still going on.
U.S. citizens are urged to shelter in place in parts of Mexico's Jalisco. Really hope civilians stay safe. This comes after the Mexican military killed a cartel member, a top cartel member. And now you have all of these areas in Mexico. I mean, this is almost the entire country of Mexico. From Guatemala all the way up to
Revolutionary salute to our queen Yaya's kids for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, queen. Revolutionary salute.
Monterey, Durango,
Eduardo says that
Sinaloa,
Mexican Air Force,
even over here
helicopters and
off of the coast.
supporting the army.
This is about to get crazy. It's getting crazy right now. The Guadalajara airport is completely under siege as we speak. The incidents are just stacking up. They're shooting on the streets. It is looking like it's a civil war in Mexico right now as we speak.
Now, this is a city that is supposed to host the World Cup in less than 4 months. Really? That's what they're going to do? I'm going to turn it off because the music is playing and I don't know if it's going to be copyrighted, but just take a look at this. Just the carnage that is ensuing right now. People are fleeing for their lives and American citizens' lives are at risk. It is just a disaster. A complete disaster. So it's not just Mexican citizens, but you have people from all over the world, from Canada, the US, I mean, everywhere you can think of. And this is what the streets look like. Absolutely insane. How are they going to host the World Cup? Well, I think they have a bigger goal than the World Cup, which I'm going to play for you in a second. You are definitely going to want to see it because it relates to some things that have been that have happened in the US, in particular in California, and relating to the wildfires. If you know, you know. But yeah, this is just, I mean, can you imagine? And I even showed you yesterday how they're setting planes on fire, not just the airport spraying people down with bullets and grenades, but they are actually setting the planes on fire, blowing them up. Like I'm talking about passenger aircrafts that are being set on fire. Now, while all of this chaos is ensuing, look at this. It says war. The Mexican president claims that fighting back against the cartels would violate their civil rights. She is clearly under their control. This makes no sense.
Regresar a la guerra contra el narco no es opción. No es opción. Primero, porque está fuera del marco de la ley. Todos estos de la derecha que se llenan la boca de las palabras Estado de Derecho y defienden la guerra contra el narco. La guerra contra el narco está fuera de la ley porque, como lo dije o lo he dicho en varias ocasiones, es permiso para matar, sin ningún juicio. Y eso en México nadie o muy poquitos están de acuerdo. Está fuera del marco de la ley. Y segundo...
Okay, so you get what she's saying. Sometimes when it's all in Spanish, I don't like to just keep playing it because it's just like, I'll have to just read the captions, but you get the idea of what she's saying there. But this is what President Trump had to say about her.
So Mexico is saying that I offered to send U.S. troops into Mexico to take care of the cartels. She wants to know, is that true? Do you think I'm going to answer that question?
That's why I'm asking. We'll see.
I will answer it. It's true. Absolutely. Because they are horrible people that have been killing people left and right, they've made a fortune on selling drugs and destroying our people. We lost 300,000 people last year to fentanyl and drugs. They're bad news. Yeah, that's true. If Mexico wanted help with the cartels, we would be honored to go in it.
And American citizens are now being captured and held hostage by the cartel. So after the U.S. eliminated a top cartel leader in Mexico, Focus, Jalisco New Generation Cartel has retaliated by storming the Guadalajara airport with armed gunmen. They are now taking American tourists hostage at nearby highways and hotels. My God.
Con cuidado, no se crucen, con cuidado. Nada, cuidado, no se crucen. Cuidado, cuidado.
So again, I want to remind you one way that you can support the work that we are doing here, just all the research, all the demonetization, the censorship that's going on, things that you are not going to see on the news. Okay, things that they are not going to tell you. They never give you the full story. You have to always understand that the top line of what they say is never the full truth. We are talking about layer after layer after layer of deception because they are working towards an appointed end, which I tell you is the New World Order. Okay, all of the governments, whatever you want to consider, like individuals, whatever it is, we have always been told through the word of God that things will not get better. It will get worse. We are headed towards tribulation. I will be raptured with the Lord. This is what the Bible has proven to me and many others. And I have laid that out to you clearly. Okay, that we will not be left to suffer this wrath. But those who do not believe in Jesus Christ or those who believe that they are saved,
Natalie Morris, that's Clayton. We got a lot to talk about today. We're going to talk about the civil unrest in Mexico because Mexico may be reopening. But who armed the cartel in the first place? What is U.S. complicity in this civil unrest? Turns out it's extensive. You could have guessed that, I'm sure, but we're still going to bring our homework and show it to you.
Well, they don't want to admit it, of course, that where are they getting their weapons? How is the CIA intimately involved in this? How exactly do the cartels operate? Why are they? And this is not just a Mexico story. I mean, this is a massive United States story because many of these cartels operate freely within the United States.
Yes.
Which could be activated at a moment's notice.
Now, this is something we were talking about in the wake of the Ukraine war. We were saying a lot of these weapons that are being sent from the United States are ending up in the cartel's hands. We need like one of those "I told you so" signs.
Yeah.
Like in boxing where they announce the rounds. We're just going to walk past. "I told you so."
Like those dipshit Democrats last year at the State of the Union address that held up the little signs, just like have a little "I told you so" sign.
Right. I think in boxing they do it in bikinis. Are you willing to do that?
I would watch that.
No, to do it.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I will not wear a bikini.
I'm offering you up in a bikini.
No.
Okay. So yes, we told you so. Military grade U.S. weapons in the hands of the cartel. So
yeah, but if we want to have a ring girl just like walk behind us with an "I told you so" on a regular basis, I'm totally keen on
we
that.
should do that.
So
okay. Neither of us are volunteering though. Philip,
get that on the payroll right now.
I'm in a bikini right now, so just hand me the card.
It's in a Borat bikini. All right. We're going to get to all of that today on the show. We're going to do a deep dive with some excellent guests live from Mexico, by the way. We're going to get to all of that. But first,
we want to tell you about our show sponsor at Shopify. Now, we are happily customers of Shopify as well as journalists that they support. If you go to the Redacted store, you will find that it does run on Shopify. Now, how do you know? Is you get that purple Shop Pay button. Anytime you're on the web, you see the Shop Pay button, you know that store also runs on Shopify. And so many great businesses do because Shopify makes it so easy to launch your ideas to the world, no matter what they are. You can just have an idea, go to shopify.com/redacted and get started. They will offer you beautiful templates for your store. They offer you back-end shipping, all of that stuff they can take care of so that you can just work on your own business. If you go to shopify.com/redacted, you can sign up for a 1-month trial period. In fact, we're going to cut. This was no blip, you guys. Criminal organizations now have the operational capacity to shut down cities, and many of their weapons in their arsenal, in fact, most of it, can be traced to the United States. That is not something that is on accident. We have to trace these pipelines, but now Washington is saying we're not actually going to investigate. In fact, we're going to cut budgets to who would investigate where the weapons are from. Now, the U.S. has been punishing Mexico with tariffs for, quote, not doing enough about cartel violence when the cartel's arsenal comes from the United States. The United States has recently designated cartels as foreign terrorist groups, but then turns around and arms them. Who does that sound like? We designate them as terrorists and then arm them. Any guesses?
Al-Qaeda? Or no, I guess that's the inverse. Well,
ISIS.
ISIS, yeah.
Yes,
ISIS.
I was thinking ISIS, al-Nusra.
Mhm.
Yeah, so this is
Hamas.
familiar. Yes, exactly.
We love arming Hamas, by the way.
Yeah. So if you think that this is a brand new story, you haven't been here that long, that's okay. Welcome. We're going to tell you a little story about how we designate foreign terrorist groups and then support them in Syria, for instance. Now, we showed you this clip in June of 2023. This was the news in Mexico warning that Javelin missiles that the U.S. sent to Ukraine were showing up in the hands of Mexican gangs. Now, there's no English translation. It's only 25 seconds, but I just want to show it to you because we've been telling you this. Go ahead.
Presunto miembro del Cártel del Golfo en Tamaulipas fue grabado portando una de las armas más exclusivas y poderosas, un Javelin, que en teoría se vende únicamente al ejército y ha sido utilizado durante la invasión a Ucrania, por ejemplo. En el mercado negro, esa arma que lleva a su derecha, la otra es una K-47, a la derecha lleva esta arma que cuesta en el mercado negro unos entre $20,000 y $60,000.
Now, she's saying these are powerful and often found on the black market. Now, in the context of this weekend's disruption, that hardly seems like an accident. The cartel was armed to blow up cars. They blew up a Costco, a Sam's Club. They were able to shoot up airports unchallenged. Earlier this month, Mexico's Secretary of Defense admitted that 78% of weapons seized from the cartels does come from the United States, including rifles and rocket launchers manufactured exclusively by U.S. manufacturers for the U.S. military. Watch.
Bien, buenos días. Les voy a dar algunos datos que pueden ayudar a entender el problema que tenemos con todo ese armamento y municiones que provienen de Estados Unidos. En la presente administración se han asegurado 18,000 armas largas y cortas. De esas 18,000, alrededor del 77 o 78% provienen de Estados Unidos.
Aren't you so glad you went to work today so that you could pay your taxes, so that we could pay weapons makers to arm the cartels in Mexico? Good for you. You're working for
we
a good
make
cause.
the best weapons.
Right.
And by the way,
good.
all of these people, like Lindsey Graham and others who tell us, that this is why we should send weapons to Israel and Ukraine and all of
They're
this.
made in the United States.
Because they're made in my
they
backyard.
Create jobs. It's so good. It's
Right.
so good for us. And then they end up in your backyard aimed at us. Okay. I was trying to explain to my mother today. She was like, why would our tax dollars go to the cartel? And I said, well, the same way our tax dollars go to Syria to help overthrow the government there. This is why the Obama administration came up with the idea of moderates. They were ISIS, but Obama was like, well, they're ISIS light. They're moderates, right? So yes, we do this.
Well, and also if you track the money, so we pay the manufacturers to make these, and we pay to send them to Ukraine, and then somebody takes them from Ukraine, makes money off of them, selling them to the cartels. Like, what an odd thing that we're doing is we're essentially subsidizing arms dealers.
Well, and the CIA. I mean, the CIA is making money off of the sale of these weapons on the secondhand market. I mean, drugs and guns are one of the leading funding sources for the CIA for decades.
Right. Now, we're going to paint in broad strokes for a few minutes, and then we're going to ask our guests who have actually observed this in action. So first of all, why would the U.S. want instability in Mexico? Well, the short answer is we always have. And in fact, in 1786, Thomas Jefferson worried that Spain was too weak to keep hold of Mexico, and he worried that the British or the French would take it over, and we did not want them as our neighbors. So his tactic was to help the Spanish to thwart the British, and then eventually the United States could take over Mexico piece by piece. Now, the United States has not express interest in owning Mexico for quite some time, but as many foreign policy experts have said, it's kind of our training ground for U.S. hegemony, and then we practice there, and then we get really good at doing it overseas, specifically in the Middle East. And that also makes sense. That's the long answer, the sort of historical answer. But the short answer of why disrupt Mexico right now is because they're really doing a great job of pissing off Donald Trump. Here he was just a few weeks ago saying that he wants Cuba to collapse. And I'm going to connect the two of these in just a second. Watch.
Well, we're going to see what happens with Cuba. I don't know. Anybody interested in Cuba in this room? Not too many people. This is not a Cuba room, but that's all right. There are plenty of them around, especially in Miami. And Cuba will be failing pretty soon. Cuba is really a nation that's very close to failing. They got their money from Venezuela. They got the oil from Venezuela. They're not getting that anymore. We were talking about the polls earlier.
Okay. Ha, so funny. No one gives a shit about Latin America, but we're still going to topple them. Now, Cuba he's right, used to buy oil from Venezuela. And now that the U.S. has captured the president of Venezuela, Maduro, and now decides who Cuba does business with, who Venezuela does business with, they cannot do business with Cuba because Cuba is aligned with China. They can send oil to Israel. That's brand new. Venezuela now has started to send oil to Israel, but not to Cuba. So the goal is to sort of starve them into collapsing. The U.S. government told Mexico, look, we're trying to starve out Cuba. Don't you help them. Don't feed them. Don't, leave anything out back. Don't do it. But Mexico did it anyway. They have begun sending humanitarian aid by the boatload. In fact, they're saying that they sent 2 Navy ships carrying more than 814 tons of humanitarian aid for civilians under orders from President Claudia Sheinbaum. That was just 2 weeks ago. So is it a coincidence then that now the U.S. would help the cartels start a war? And in fact, Fox News and many other outlets have reported that the Mexican government took out this notorious cartel boss known as El Mencho with the help of U.S. intelligence. So that's U.S. intelligence, U.S. weapons. Okay, are we noticing a pattern? Now, we will talk later about El Mencho and why his name carries so much weight in Mexico. The American media is saying he was the big boss. He was the head. He wasn't really, and I think most people in Mexico understand that. They saw him as sort of a mob boss and de facto local authority. And in fact, during the pandemic, he was known for distributing food to the poor, him and his fellow cartel members. Of course, these organizations don't just collapse because one operator is taken into custody. They are structured to survive. They are like a starfish. You cut off one, it just grows back. They're financed to endure pressure, and they're armed well enough to shut down cities, clearly. Now, we are not supposed to know the extent to which we are arming the cartels, and that will only get worse because, in fact, in the 2026 Justice Department budget, nearly $500 million was cut from the agency that investigates illegal gun trafficking and traces the firearms that end up at the crime scene, including in Mexico. So that's funny, right? We don't want to investigate that anymore. Those departments cut and merged. It, in fact, eliminated the ATF as a standalone agency, cut positions, and scaled back gun tracing operations. Scale back. We don't want to know this. We're not supposed to know this. Okay. So at the very moment that we're talking about cartel power, we're also reducing funding for the investigations to track those weapons. Just kind of funny, right? Now, interesting enough, here's a video that went viral over the last few days. Locals suspect this is a psyop. They know that they live at the threat of cartels. They also know that those cartels are trained and armed by the U.S. military. So this doesn't make it less dangerous. It does mean, however, that they know about U.S. hegemonic forces. Watch.
I live in one of the areas where some of these fires went down in Mexico today, and I'm telling you right now, it's a psyop. The CIA is behind the Nueva Generación cartel. And don't drink the Kool-Aid. They do this shit on purpose to Latin American countries all the time to cause civil unrest and cause destabilization in the country, especially when the country is standing up against the U.S. and gaining economic momentum.
Switch to TurboTax and file your own taxes free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do-It-Yourself by February 28th. Download now.
All right, so what are we to take from this? This isn't something that we Americans can sit on our high horse and be like, oh, so sad. They're so violent down there, savages. No, we have a hand in it. Our tax dollars support it. We are savages if we don't see it. So coming up, we're going to talk to some experts who have seen it firsthand after the break. What say you?
Well, I'm just thinking about the way that China uses economic warfare in these ways, right? They'll dump enormous amounts of silver on the market, right? Just as we're trying to position ourselves to do different things. And so then suddenly that market falls out from underneath it. So how do we operate? We love to go in there and shoot up gang members and create civil unrest and instability by having this involvement with these cartel violence and taking that over. So,
I'm not sure exactly what the China piece, but
I'm saying different countries have different methods. We love to use guns and we love to arm terrorists and violent criminals.
Well, yes, but I think we've made the connection many times that Chinese business relationships with, say, Venezuela and Cuba are putting a target on their back. And the United States is saying, absolutely not. We will declare that a military threat. Even things we don't like. We found that in the military doctrine recently. It was things that make us uncomfortable or something like that. Philip, do you remember the phrasing that the military doctrine, the new Monroe Doctrine is what it's called. I'm going to find it.
Right. I mean, well,
The Trump
my point
corollary.
is, right. My point is that when China makes moves into Latin America, into our hemisphere, and they've made these partnerships with China, with Mexico, with Venezuela, with other Latin American countries, they get back at us by, dumping silver onto the market and other methods. What do? We go in there and create chaos and make it incredibly difficult for them to get the oil out of there and everything else.
We make the enemies that we want so we can stay in a perpetual war. If we run out of enemies, then we can't keep up with our $1 trillion military budget. So we need to create the enemies that we want. They need to be scary and they need to be well armed, and we got it covered. We've been doing it for decades.
Like in Venezuela. Venezuela, of course, one of the leading partners for China on their oil exports.
Right.
How do we stick it to China? We go in and kidnap their president and destabilize the entire area and then steal their oil. And we do this. We killed hundreds of people. That's exactly how we do it.
Well, I don't know that I'm prepared to say one is better than the other, or, I'm not an expert on Chinese hegemony, global hegemony. I do think, again, that, doing business with China is putting a target on these countries' back. Where was the Trump corollary? Because there was a word.
The Monroe Doctrine?
The new Monroe Doctrine, the Trump corollary was that, I want to find it.
It was very broad. It was vague. And it was, instead of just being in our hemisphere, it was if we feel like we're uncomfortable that you're in.
It was something like that. Yeah. And I want to find it in my notes, but I don't.
It's not like the Barbary Pirates, but all right. You find that. We've got more news to get to here, unless you had something else.
I do have it here.
Okay.
The Trump corollary is that the United States will take military action based on our prerogatives. That was the word. That the department will restore American military dominance in the Western Hemisphere, and we will use it militarily to protect our homeland and this hemisphere. We will deny adversaries' ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities, which we're now seeing is economic. And the Trump corollary, a common sense and potent restoration of American power and prerogatives. So the word prerogatives is quite broad. It's, we don't like this. We take military action based on our prerogatives. This feels very related. So, the United States is exerting pressure on these various places, Venezuela and Cuba, and Mexico is saying, well, we're going to hold the line a little bit. These are our buds. We're going to support Cuba. And now we have to destabilize Mexico further. So anyhow, coming up, we're going to talk to someone who knows how the cartel operates inside the United States as well, unchecked in many ways. We're also going to talk about how the cartels function with the help of the United States CIA in just a second. But first,
I want to tell you about our friends over at Stopbox, because, when you're worried about the safety of your family, time matters, speed matters. Someone breaks into your house, you don't have time to futz around with some biosensor, eye scanning, whatever, or run across the room and go to some other thing that's going to take you 10 minutes to open, right? You want something reliable. That's where Stopbox comes in. It is a game changer. And it is trusted by over 400,000 gun owners. It's completely mechanical, no keys, no batteries, and the 5-button setup is built for muscle memory, so you can get quick access while keeping others out. It's super easy to use, and also it's great for travel.
Absolutely. The chat room thinks I'm annoyed with you for saying that thing about China. I'm not.
She just didn't see, and I had to explain.
And he has seen it close up. He says that the cartels control everything about the border, what's coming in, what's being sold, who's going to deliver what, and it happens with free range. So Sheriff Bianco joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I apologize for being late.
Oh, you're forgiven. No problem. You get one. Just kidding. Okay.
It'll never happen again.
No problem, sir. We appreciate your time and you giving it.
By the way, she's not kidding. By the way, yeah. I'm married to her. She's not kidding.
Don't use up your warnings.
Sheriff, good to see you. Welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being here.
Okay, so what do you mean about California functioning as a fertile ground for the cartel? And then maybe after you explain what you've seen and the gravity of this news, you can respond to what's happening in Mexico.
Absolutely. So for the last 12, 15 years, California is basically, our California government has an absolute love affair with criminals. They have done everything they could to pass laws, rescind laws that basically enable criminal behavior. They've made drugs basically legal in California. And especially with what happened over the last 4 years with the Biden administration, we had a massive influx and control of the cartels into California, because California is basically the hub of where everything gets shipped east. So because of the freeway systems coming from into our border, everything gets shipped either the 10 or the 15 or the 5 to the rest of the United States. And when you have a government that almost makes it impossible. I mean, we have our tools still, but they make it impossible for us to enforce these laws, to find them. They're doing everything they can to eliminate the technology that we use to infiltrate these organizations. It really is enabling criminal behavior that we are constantly fighting with. And what we have found, because it is this hub, especially, and I want to point out how powerful the cartels are. Over the Biden administration, the cartels actually stopped the drug trade or gave up on the drug trade. They gave it over to local gangs because they were making more money in human smuggling. So drugs weren't lucrative enough for them anymore. They went with human trafficking, whether it was trafficking sex, trafficking labor, or trafficking people that are going to harm us or have intentions to harm us into the country without being detected. And now with a secure border, they're back to their old ways, where it's going back to drugs. And it's just something we have to deal with. And what we're seeing in Mexico, this is directly related to us, because the family members of El Mencho all live in Southern California. So now the new leader of that cartel is actually in my neighboring county. His daughter lives in my county. It's hard what we're dealing with.
We just did a deep dive interview with Peter Schweitzer, author of the new book about the invisible coup in the United States. And one of the things he talked about is the Reconquista, of course, which is the intentional invasion of the United States by implanting people here, the birthright citizenship in the United States, the whole process. So I'm not surprised by that at all. So, but Sheriff, it sounds like it's organized. It sounds like it's fully organized.
There is nothing more organized than the cartel, from their structure, how they operate, their business entities that they're involved in. It isn't just about drugs. They've got to have places. They've got to have the infrastructure to be able to get those drugs and get that money transferred back and forth. They also have to have the businesses for the money laundering. They also have to have the people that they're paying off to hide what they're doing. They have it's a massive organization, one of the most lucrative organizations in the entire world. If they were legitimate, they would probably be one of the biggest businesses in the world.
Can I ask you as a follow-up question to this organizational piece, which is, you talked about this when Trump shut down the border, so the human trafficking piece of it shut down. Thank goodness. Yeah. I mean, we've been reporting on this for years. So the horrible things that were happening to these children, that's wonderful that that's stopped coming across the border. But and then they just flipped a switch back to drugs again. Like, well, that business just got shut off. So now we have to switch back to drugs. How easy is it for them? And what size of drugs are we talking about coming across the border? How easy is it for them to get this stuff into the United States of America?
Yeah, we've seen the videos of young kids in military fatigues carrying backpacks. And it's all single males, all dressed the same, carrying backpacks. Well, those backpacks contain drugs. And so you think about just a regular backpack, what you can put on your back. A kilo is 2 pounds. So you can have easily 40 pounds, 20 kilos on your back. and bring that into the country, and you can have 10 people doing it with you. And then we know they're bringing it in on boats, they're bringing it on planes. There's all kinds of different ways they're getting it in, smuggling it into built-in cars and fake compartments, all of those things that we have to figure out to try and stop it. But there's the amount of volume that they're doing it in is, we don't get it all. We can't get it all. There's
so it's overwhelming. Like what you're saying is they're doing so much that they're going to lose a bit that you guys catch, but they don't care because it's just overwhelming amount.
Yes, that's the cost of doing business. The cost of doing business is they know people are going to get arrested. They know they're going to lose a couple $1 million in a vehicle stop, or a couple of $1 million, several $1 million in drug product. And that's just the cost of doing business. They write it off. They don't even care. And then the infrastructure is set up such a way with personnel that those people that we are arresting that actually have the money or actually have the drugs, they're actually them and their families are being threatened with their lives, and they know they'll be executed if they don't do the right thing for the cartel. But those people are making next to nothing. They may be making nothing at all, and it's just, you have to do this or we're going to kill your family back wherever it was that you came from. And they have no idea who's controlling them. So when we maybe arrest them, they don't know where that came from. They don't know who has the money. They don't know who they're talking to. Sometimes it's a phone number. That's all they've ever had. And then we have to just keep trying to track that. So they're very good. Now we are successful in finding a lot of it, but it's a big game. They're trying to get away with it, and we're trying to catch them. And it really is about volume, and it's about numbers.
But like every good investor, the cartel is diversified in their portfolio.
Oh, yeah.
So yes, the human trafficking is a little bit harder. The drug route may be a bit more dangerous, but they have investments and control certain pipelines in, say, avocados, raspberries, trucking, mining, shipping. And so it's not just as easy as, well, don't do drugs, kids, because I eat avocados. And so how much are we complicit in this, and how much does our government know about this and allow to happen?
That's a good question. I can't say, well, I can't say. I will tell you that our current administration is doing everything they can to track down money. I will say our last administration, for me personally, I was just completely disgusted with the last administration because it was an all hands off drugs, anything. Yeah. We knew that they were not only the Mexican cartel, but the Chinese cartel is heavily involved in the drug trade. And we knew that there were massive amounts of money laundering operations using marijuana that was directly related to the CCP. And under Biden's direction, and that's told to me personally from the people that were under that direction, under Biden's direction, there could be no enforcement. And we had massive amounts of that happening in my county. And there was just, the federal government was doing nothing. That is completely opposite of what's happening right now. The current Attorney General's office and all of our federal government partners that we work with, HSI, DEA, all of them, they are actively trying to find this money now, trying to shut down these businesses, halt that money that's being funneled back into Mexico to the cartels, or to China to that, or even there's Middle Eastern gangs, there's Russian gangs. It's a big industry that we're trying to fight.
How much pushback are you getting, Sheriff? Because we know in the last administration was an absolute disaster. I mean, a treasonous administration, really, under Alejandro Mayorkas, of course, and really helping to facilitate through these NGOs all of this sex trafficking into the United States, the drugs, and they were complicit in it. Those NGOs just didn't disappear. And these people didn't just disappear. A lot of them embedded themselves even maybe further hidden inside the Trump administration. Are you getting pushback when you try to go after these NGOs or anybody else? Are you hearing from people that say, hey, Sheriff, maybe you want to back off this?
No, not even close. There is nothing but a very, very cooperative working between local law enforcement and the federal government when it comes to human trafficking, drug trafficking, all of these things that are going on, money laundering, all of the things that we have around that trade. Sex trafficking is huge. And we are very, very happy with the current administration and not only the cooperation with personnel, but with the money that they're giving us to able us to fund either technological ways that we can work ahead or overtime and things that we have in cases. So in my 32 years of law enforcement, it has never been this cooperative between local government and our federal government.
Can you briefly talk about the arms, the weapons that flow and just what type of people we're talking about here? And we talked about, you're like dealing with a military, an organized military on the other side of the border, no?
Oh no, you definitely. They're just as well armed as we are, and sometimes more. They have, like your local law enforcement, we have zero access to military weapons. The cartel has military weapons. So we have rifles, we have those types of things, but they have rocket launchers and they have all of the things that you see on TV. They are probably more heavily armed than local law enforcement. So we absolutely need, and right now we have a very, very good presence along our California border of our military, making sure that what's happening in Mexico right now with this war going on down there between the government and the cartels doesn't spill over into our country.
Gosh. Okay. Well, thank you for your time. I can see you're busy there from place to place. You are, in fact, running for a Republican governor of California. And I imagine this is something that you have to be well informed about. It seems to be one of your main platforms. So thanks for sharing with us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Okay, coming up, our next guest is coming to us from Mexico. She has been reporting specifically on the inner workings of the cartels in Mexico, and she will help us to understand exactly what this means if you're not familiar with major drug kingpins. So we're going to do that in a second. But first, we want to tell you about our friends over at Lear Capital, because did you know that gold and silver has retained its value precipitously upwards? I guess you can't use precipitously in an upwards direction, can you? Precipitous is only a downward fall. Look that up for me, somebody, and let me know. Did you know that gold and silver has been going up while the US dollar does precipitously lose value? Well, why is that? Obviously, because we have a war-based economy. We were talking about war with Iran. We're talking about war now in Mexico. We launched war on Venezuela.
Of course, the big question that no one in the United States really wants to confront is how deeply entwined is the CIA and intelligence community with these cartels, and how do they really function inside of Mexico and beyond? And how do they keep operating no matter who gets arrested? You just heard from Sheriff Bianco just a moment ago, like they'll have so many people get arrested coming in the United States or otherwise, or killed. It doesn't matter because it just keeps growing. It's like a hydra. Today, we're joined by Katarina Schultz. She's the host of Borderland Dispatch. She's a Canadian freelance journalist based in Mexico. She's one of the leading authorities reporting on cartel violence in Mexico. She's been doing an absolutely incredible job, and she joins us today from Mexico in the heart of it all. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Maybe you could just give us a 30,000-foot level update and picture as to where we are right now with this cartel violence and the government's response to it.
So essentially, the day before yesterday, on Sunday morning, when El Mencho was captured and killed, violence broke out across the country because CG&G, El Mencho's cartel, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, became one of the most expansive and powerful cartels really ever in Mexico. And so there was this massive backlash from the cartel against the Mexican government. And I was saying that this was essentially like a declaration of war against the Mexican government for going after their kingpin. Then yesterday, across the country, things are still going on. There's still violent outbursts. There's still a lot of cartel activity, but it wasn't to the same extent as on Sunday. And same goes for today. Yesterday also, El 03, El Mencho's stepson, was declared the new leader of the CG&G, which was quite interesting because I was really curious as to whether or not this violence would turn from against the government to infighting within the cartel, to key figures, key high up figures in the cartel vying for that position of power, that leadership role. But it seems as though Mencho and CGNG, there's a very organized cartel. And it seems as though there was a chain of command of who would be put into power if something like this were to happen. It's also important for context, that El 03, this new leader of the CGNG, is actually an American citizen. He was born in Orange County, California. So that's a first. But aside from that, it's unclear if more violence will still come. I'm not fully confident that there won't be any infighting, even though outwardly it appears that there is some level of hierarchy and organization within the cartel, despite what happened on Sunday. But there are so many key figures who are very powerful and have their own loyal followings within this cartel that it's quite possible that it will still become somewhat fractured. And if that does happen, unfortunately, there will again be an uptick in violence across the country.
What do you make of reports that this was done with U.S. intelligence and that the cartels now are weaponizing U.S. military-grade weapons? So what is the U.S. involvement here? And I have a follow-up question for that.
Well, the U.S. was really open that they conducted a lot of the intelligence that led to El Mencho's capture. I'm under the impression that this was really a U.S. operation. I mean, just over the course of my career, seeing when, and I don't want to speak negatively about Mexican forces because I think a lot of them do the best they can considering the circumstances. But I think when it comes to an operation like this, I just don't think this would have been a Mexican-only operation. It wouldn't have worked. It would have failed. And we've seen historic failures in terms of capturing kingpins or high-ups within certain cartels, particularly in the Sinaloa cartel. And this was a big operation, and there was no leak. So I think that the U.S. may have played more of a role than meets the eye, or at least more than they're saying. And I think for two reasons that's not being said out loud. First is because President Claudia Sheinbaum is a big proponent of maintaining public perception of Mexican sovereignty. And so if there was this collaboration between Mexico and the U.S. to take down one of the most notorious kingpins, one of the most to ever exist in Mexico, then there would have had to have been an agreement that I'm sure Sheinbaum pushed for, in which she said, we need to say that this was mostly a Mexican operation because we cannot have anybody know, U.S. or Mexico, that the U.S. ran this operation. I think also the second reason being, and the reason why the U.S. would have agreed to that, is because they would not have wanted to say this was a U.S. operation, or I don't know if there was or wasn't U.S. boots on the ground. It wouldn't surprise me. But if they were to say that, then it could possibly lead to retaliation against Americans, and they want to avoid that at all costs. And I just also want to clarify that there has not been any retaliation against Americans. Mm-hmm. That's been fine. Tourists have not been touched or harmed in any way other than just being locked down in their hotels.
So what is the purpose then of this attack? Maybe you can unpack that for us. Why take this risk? Why create this chaos and use
the government?
Yeah. Against El Mencho. Like, why? What was the heart of this attack, going after and trying to carry this attack out right now, and using U.S. intelligence in order to do this?
Oh, well, I mean, there's been this huge crackdown on cartels within the last year, right? Since they were designated foreign terrorist organizations. And so because the Jalisco cartel was just so powerful and so expansive, the only way to in any way hinder their operations or their finances was to literally take down the kingpin. They had just become too powerful for Mexico or for the U.S. to be like, let's go for the right hand in command. Let's go for sanctions and asset seizures. It wouldn't have had an impact as if they were to take down the kingpin and then let the cartel fracture itself and begin infighting within itself.
Is it fighting inside? Just real quick, is there infighting? You mentioned the ascension plan now for his son, it seems like. And also, just real quick, I mean, he's an American citizen. So what sort of like extradition can the United States put in place here to swoop in and say, you're now the head of a criminal organization. We'd like to extradite you back to the United States, your home country, the Orange County.
The extradition treaty hasn't mattered over the course of the last year because, I mean, whether he's American or Mexican, it wouldn't have mattered anyways, because there have been multiple transfers of fugitives that are fully not American citizens from Mexico to the US. They've been expelled by Mexico, transferred to the US, and that's not been done under the extradition treaty, which would prevent them from getting the death penalty. And so that's always been on the table. No one has gotten it, obviously, but it's a matter of these individuals who, according to the US, committed crimes against American civilians and society, for them to face the justice system in America. And so even though El 03 is an American citizen, even if he wasn't, it would probably the same legal principle at this point would apply to him. And in terms of infighting, I don't see it happening yet, but this is something that would take a little bit of time for there some conflict to grow, someone to be unhappy with the way 03 is running things, or someone to be demoted by him, or someone else to take over certain operations in a state that's very profitable. And that's when that conflict starts to rise and the infighting begins. This has been 3 days. So not really enough time, especially considering how organized this cartel was, for the infighting to begin.
Well, what bothers me is the complicity in the power of the cartels from U.S. sources and Israeli sources. Last year, in March of 2025, we reported that the cartels are using Pegasus software. Pegasus was developed in Israel by a private group, but the IDF has to approve every license. So if these Israeli software makers want to sell it to the cartel, the IDF has to approve it, and they apparently have. So that's our model ally, allowing the cartel to have this really powerful tracking software where they have been known to track journalists. We know that weapons from Israel and from the United States are in the hands of the cartel. So just killing one person that's like a starfish, we know it will grow back. What does that really do other than terrorize the people who live there? Why can't we go to the source of this power?
It doesn't do anything. I'm a big hater of the kingpin strategy. It's never effective, and it just causes more violence. And unfortunately, many innocent lives are affected in horrible ways, whether they die or simply, but not simply, their livelihoods are completely impacted. It affects the economy, it affects jobs, it affects mental health. I mean, you see kids being, in the videos that we saw from when on Sunday, when cars were being torched on the highway, families with young kids were being kicked out of their vehicles for them to then be torched, and those people are left on the side of the road. It's not normal for a developing brain to see things like that. And the cartels are, in fact, armed by other countries, okay? Over 80% of guns that are seized at Mexican crime scenes are American-made guns. They're from the U.S. They certainly have Pegasus, which is from Israel. They also have a lot of, there's a nexus between Mexican cartels and the Iranian regime, which also supplies them with a lot of military-grade weaponry. I mean, even their drones, a lot of them are from China, and I wouldn't be surprised if they already have access to Iranian Shahed drones, which we're seeing the Russians use in the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So things like that, their level of weaponry keep them so confident and armed to the point where they do not fear Mexican authorities or military, because they know that they're basically equal. And so I think that when we're talking about, well, what's an effective solution to this or a strategy? That's the $1 million question. And I wish I could give one. I mean, I always am a big proponent of targeting financial pipelines, because without money, these guys are completely disabled. But that's really hard to do, especially for a cartel like CG&G, who has become so advanced in the ways that they launder and hide their money. I couldn't even begin to imagine how something like that would be effective. But at the end of the day, I really do hate the kingpin strategy. I find that every time that it's applied, whether it was with El Chapo or El Mayo, now El Mencho, it just creates a lot of widespread violence. And like you said, it's like a hydra. You chop off the head and two deadlier, scarier ones grow back.
How involved is the CIA or U.S. intelligence in helping these cartels, arming these? We know that they have the weapons, but is there, from your reporting, like an open sort of communications channel? And also, why? Why would U.S. intelligence want to be supporting? I mean, we do it around the world, right? We support and fund ISIS. We support and funded Hamas. Like, this is not new for the United States CIA. But why in Mexico?
Honestly, that would be purely speculation if I gave you a modern day example of CIA arming and funding the cartels. But we do know that the CIA has played a significant role in the war on drugs in history. I mean, we look at Noriega. There are so many examples that we could talk about.
Right.
But right now, in this very moment, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. And honestly, because of the amount of violence that's been going on and just there's this constant ever evolving news cycle, that isn't something that I could ever possibly, I honestly don't think I'd even be capable of diving into that. Like, I'm not afraid of admitting where places I can't go or things I don't know that are beyond me. And that's probably one of them. I think right now there has been obviously a lot of CIA intelligence that's worked to go against the cartels and to like kind of strong arm the Mexican government, the president particularly. But in terms of what is the CIA doing right now to help the cartels, I don't know.
Well, if journalists like us can take these three, well, one, we know that a lot of raw material for modern day drugs comes from India. Maybe we want to start there. We know that the cartel has advanced spying software from Israel. That's another ally. We can start there. We know they have US made weapons that we are refusing to track. So there are at least three arms that a sincere government could pull the thread, and they're refusing to. So yes, I'm not asking you to speculate.
One thing that has always frustrated me is the fact that fentanyl was created and produced in China, and all of those precursors came from China. Literally, Chinese chemists came to Mexico to teach the cartels how to make fentanyl. It was a watch and learn process.
Wow.
And so the fact that China has never received nearly even a level of backlash from American government the way Mexican cartels have really boggles my mind. And sure, there was a crackdown on CCP-led pharmaceutical companies that were producing and trafficking the fentanyl precursors. But all they did was shut those down, move production to Pakistan and India, and the same companies are profiting off producing the precursors to give to the Mexican cartels. It actually got to a point where, believe it or not, the Sinaloa cartel, right before El Mayo was kidnapped and brought to the U.S., the Sinaloa cartel was hiring university student chemists to try and figure out how to make fentanyl precursors, like from the raw materials, in order to cut out China. And then El Mayo was captured, and that operation completely stopped because resources had to go to the infighting of the fractured cartel in Sinaloa.
Jeez. I guess we'll get you out of here on this, which is, the violence we've seen over the past few days. Is there an agreement now to halt most of the violence or all of it, sort of a ceasefire agreement that you've heard about, or will this violence continue unabated?
I haven't heard of an agreement, which is why I'm unsure what this future is going to look like in the next couple of weeks. I do know that the individual who told the CJNG to start just absolutely causing havoc, and that people who killed National Guard members would be paid $20,000 per National Guard head. He was taken out. He was killed. And so I don't know if this is going to pick up again or if it's calm. But I mean, I'll be here if anything happens.
Yeah.
Well, we'd love to be able to check back with you. We hope our family is safe down there, and all of the innocent civilians who are caught in this horrible violence are safe as well. So, Katrina, thank you so much for your incredible coverage down there and your great journalism. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And by the way, real quick, where can people find your channel if they want to? I saw a bunch of people in the chat room. We're curious.
My podcast is Borderland Dispatches. And then my Substack, where I go live a lot and write a lot of thorough articles, is just Send News, or my Katarina Schultz Substack, my name.
Okay, great. People can dig for that. Awesome. Thanks again. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, that's going to do it for today. Do we have any super chats before we go?
Let me see if we got any here you want to tell people about. Oh, there we got one here from Jamie Burlington. It says, legalized Coke problem solved, but they won't because they are all on it. Reagan said, just say no, while him and Bush flooded the country with Coke and AIDS. Right.
Well, that's a libertarian take. Legalize it. Like it. Yeah.
Any other super chats we want to get here? I don't think so, but anyone's coming in. But meanwhile, I want to tell them about our newsletter.
Sure.
Hours before Donald Trump's big speech tonight for State of the Union, a huge bombshell has dropped connecting Donald Trump to the Epstein files in a way that was not previously known. And we are now learning that the Department of Justice is engaged in the largest criminal cover-up in American history. And that is, I'm not being facetious. I don't think I'm being dramatic. I think that's actually just saying what is going on. It's so bad that Ted Cruz is flustered. And he actually said this.
Child molesters are being molested.
The child molesters are being molested. Now, I want you to remember that this is what Marjorie Taylor Greene said not even a couple of weeks ago, I think last week.
That fight to release the Epstein files came directly from President Trump. And I know a lot of people have a hard time with that, but that is the truth. He fought the hardest to stop these files from being released.
And we're now learning why Donald Trump fought so hard for these files to be released, because NPR has come out with a bombshell report saying here the Department of Justice withheld.
We all know the generals have come out against the Iran war. The soldiers are upset. They don't want to fight. They have problems with using the bathroom on the warships. The U.S. is dragging their feet, the small hats. See this. So what do? Bombshell report rocked Washington yesterday. The Justice Department has been caught removing information they know about the, 13 or 14-year-old who gave information that they were abused or whatever. Lawmakers seen that report. Now that report has been scrubbed. Also, we're going to look at a report saying all of a sudden, it's all over the internet, news media, Jeffrey Epstein has storages that never was checked out by the government, that the government never got to go into storages to see what the information was. Why are they dropping that news? It's a warning to Trump. It's a warning to those politicians. Those videos were in those storages. They just letting them know, we got the videos of you doing exactly what these reports are saying you do. You start that goddamn war. Or you abusing that 13 or 14-year-old, that video gonna come out.
And removed some Epstein files related to Trump. Now, I've gone through this. I have found the important bits I'm going to read to you right now. The Department of Justice has withheld some Epstein files related to allegations that President Trump abused a minor in NPR investigation finds. It also removed some documents from the public database for accusations against.
Understand what they're saying, whether or not the allegation is true, whether or not Trump, you abused a 13 or 14-year-old or not. You wasn't supposed to try to remove it from the files. That's a crime. That is a crime within itself. Somebody got to go to prison. You was not supposed to try to remove it. If that's just an allegation, why did y'all try to remove it?
Against Jeffrey Epstein also mentioned Trump. These include what appear to be more than 50 pages of FBI interviews, as well as notes from conversations with a woman who accused Trump of sexual abuse decades ago when she was a minor. It goes on to say here, this is from Robert Garcia, who confirmed what NPR is reporting. Yesterday, I reviewed and unredacted evidence logs at the Department of Justice. Oversight Democrats can confirm that the Department of Justice appears to have illegally withheld FBI interviews with this survivor who accused President Donald Trump of heinous crimes. I have some insight on this from MS Now, but let's just keep going through this document or through this article here. The woman who directly named Trump in her abuse allegation claimed that around 1983, when she was around 13 years old, Epstein introduced her to Trump, quote, who subsequently forced her head down to his exposed genitals, which she subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. The FBI interviewed this Trump and Epstein accuser 4 times, and that is important to keep in mind, 4 times. So they took this very seriously. There have been a lot of allegations in these files that are probably just from wackos who are going into the tip line, so they have to document it, but they never follow up on it because there's no credibility. This woman was interviewed 4 times by the FBI. They took this very credibly. Now, that is according to an FBI serial report and a list of non-testifying witnesses material in the Maxwell case that were also released under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And it goes on to say here, Epstein told Trump about this woman that, quote, this is a good one, huh? The interview reports. Keep in mind, she was around 13 years old. In a 2020 lawsuit against Trump's estate and Maxwell, the second woman added that both men chuckled and she felt uncomfortable at the time, but was too young to understand why. The interview was removed from the Department of Justice's public file sometime after initial publication on January 30th and was republished on February 19th, according to document metadata. Multiple FBI interviews with other people refer to the second woman's meeting with Trump while she was a minor and being abused by Epstein. So there was corroborating evidence that that woman was there with Trump. Okay, now let's go into, I'm not a legal analyst. Thankfully, the legal analysts are speaking up, and here's what they have to say about this. I want to tell you a secret. Your home address, your phone number, even the names of your relatives, they're all probably online right now. Right now. Not because you posted them, because data companies did. That's
seen them, because based on NPR's reporting, many of these documents, and I think some of our viewers are familiar with this, they have a number at the very bottom that starts with EFTA for Epstein Files Transparency Act, and then has a number. That number has a meaning. It's basically a consecutive numbering of pages of a production so that each page has its own unique identifier. NPR basically looked then at the index, compared it to what was produced for this particular witness and her statements, and has, by comparing those page numbers, has counted 50 plus pages that they believe are missing that correspond to these 3 interview memoranda. We have not independently done that ourselves, but I trust that if we were to go through that exercise, they're probably not far off the mark, that there are 50 pages that you would expect to be produced in consecutive order that are missing from this. We can tell you that this particular victim witness had 15 documents that are supposedly reflective of her statements. We, as well as NPR, as well as another independent journalist, have all looked for each of those 15 documents, and all of us collectively have found only 7 of those 15. Again.
So that is just evidence that this is truly a cover-up. They know those accusations exist. They know that evidence is in the files, and they have withheld them from the public, which, by the way, is
timing is everything. It's all about timing. Why now? Why tell us this right now while we're in the middle of going to war? And the U.S. military, the generals is against it. The soldiers is against it. Why now bring up this particular story about a 13 or 14-year-old who her story is, they're trying to remove a story from the files. She's still alive. They need to be very careful with this young lady. She's not suicidal. Why now? Because Trump is the pressure on Trump. This is very damaging. Trump lied. They all lied. They say, hey, nobody said nothing about Trump. And, well, this lady saying, you a lie. I said when I was 13, 14 years old, he did something very disgusting to me.
It's also illegal. It's against the law that was written by Congress. Now, let's just go into a little bit further about these accusations.
You got this reporting. Walk us through it.
Well, Anna, one of the things I can tell you is that based on documents that are available in the Epstein files, and I'm just going to hold up to you what allowed us to get to this reporting. This is an index of witness statements from people who were not expected to testify at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, but whose statements were nonetheless produced to her defense counsel in the run-up to her 2021 trial. We also have a smaller one with respect to those who were expected to testify. And based on those indices, as well as documents available in the file, MS Now can report that there is at least one witness for whom 3 interviews with the FBI in rapid succession in 2019 are missing. You might say, well, what's the big deal about that? Well, the big deal about that is that we can also confirm that that woman is the same person who in a 2025 FBI presentation is identified to have accused Donald Trump of a sexual assault when she was between 13 and 15 years old. We know that based on a human source who has confirmed to us that this woman is one and the same. So I want to make this very clear. There is a woman who, according to the FBI and documents compiled last summer, accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting and physically abusing her. One of the things in her accusation is that in addition to forcing her to perform oral sex, he also hit her in that same episode. We have now connected that woman to someone who was interviewed by the FBI 4 times in 2019. Of those 4 interview memoranda, which are listed in this index that I'm holding up right here, only one of them can be seen. And in that interview, the accusations against Trump are not present. At the most, she says that she had met Trump on one occasion without detailing it. And when asked how she understood that Epstein was a person who committed abuse against her, she showed FBI agents a picture that she had been sent by a friend. It was a picture that she was reluctant to share with FBI agents because there was somebody else in the photograph. It turned out to be, according to this interview memo, a well-known photograph of Epstein and Trump together. She said that she was reluctant to show them the full image, lest she incriminate someone that she feared could retaliate against her. That's all that we know from what's publicly available in the files. But we know that this woman had other accusations against Trump. Where they are listed or...
All right. So let's just slow this down. We're going to keep going. Let's just slow this down for a second, because what they are saying is that this woman, that's why they took it credibly, because she had evidence of them meeting. In fact, there's a photo that I guess is a well-known photo that she personally has that shows not just Trump and Epstein, but some other powerful person. So this is a photo that we know exists, but there's more evidence to it, if that makes sense. So it's like she has the full photo that isn't out in the public.
Where they've been memorialized, we're not sure, but we can tell you and our viewers that there are 3 other interview memoranda taken by the FBI that are not present anywhere in the Epstein files. And this is a problem that we expect may have recurred with dozens of other witnesses whose files may not have been produced in their totality. Again, this index gives a unique numerical identifier to more than 500 witnesses and lists in numerical order the kinds of documents from which their statements were taken, everything from FBI interview memos to Palm Beach police incident reports to handwritten notes and the like. Going through those methodically, you can see as a layperson or as a reporter what has been produced in the files and what hasn't.
Yeah. So again, it's very, very obvious that there is some sort of cover-up going on. I mean, it's not even obvious. I mean, it's just clear as day. It's clear as day. I mean, and let me just go wide for this.
If the quality women around you are unavailable, consider the Philippines. Filipino women are
because I guess if it weren't credible, wouldn't they just let it sit there? Like what? Like there is no benefit to hiding this unless it's actually damaging to Trump. And it only would be damaging to Trump if it were true. Right? Do I have that right? That's how it feels to me. Let's see what Robert Garcia has to say.
To be clear, we have a survivor that made serious allegations against the president. Clearly, the FBI participated in some interviews and discussions with this survivor. When looking at the DOJ documents, there is a manifest or a list of documents and interviews that this survivor participated in and that should be made available to the Congress as part of the document file search. Some of those documents and interviews are given who we've had access to, but there's a series of documents and what appears to be possible interviews that the FBI conducted with the survivor that are actually missing, that we don't have access to. And to remind the public, we're viewing unredacted documents that the DOJ has in their possession. I'm very aware of the survivor, and why these documents are missing is a critical question right now for the DOJ.
Well, we know why the documents are missing. I think we can infer that one. This is insane. This is insane. And this is also what we're learning too, is that there are survivors who are actually going to the State of the Union tonight to confront Donald Trump, which good. I'm glad they are. This is something, obviously, this is not going to go away. We should keep fighting for the truth to come out. The truth wants to be free. The truth does have a way of kind of making itself known. But I do believe the truth will not come out solely on its own. We have to fight for it. And I'm glad NPR did this reporting, but it's just, I don't know how you feel. I am truly shocked by this latest round of allegations. Not only just how disgusting and disturbing they are, that the president of the United States could potentially have done that, but also the cover-up. The DOJ, who, by the way, is supposed to be our Department of Justice, they're fighting for us. They're fighting for the truth. They're fighting for the law. No, not in 2026. They're fighting for Donald Trump. And quite frankly, they're fighting to protect pedophiles. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Please make sure everyone knows.
Leave you in his dust.
And what would have been an open and shut.
Terry Leo Wilson wants you to forget what she did in Austin, while Texas families buried soldiers killed by radical Islamic.
Holy smokes. Congressman Massey just went scorched earth on the floor of the House of Representatives, furious at the Department of Justice for their collusion in hiding the names of the co-conspirators and those people that need to be investigated. And he said, I'm going to name names. This is unbelievable. Let's watch.
Congress created the Department of Justice. Congress funds the Department of Justice. And Congress is responsible for the oversight of the Department of Justice. When will we see justice? I'll tell you what I've not seen. I've not seen any arrests from the revelations in the Epstein files, over 3 million documents describing horrible things, describing unspeakable things. Much of it redacted.
Oh, I'm sorry, Congressman, but maybe you haven't heard of the arrests in Norway. I'm sorry, Congressman. Maybe haven't you heard about the arrests and then release in the UK? Isn't Norway good enough for you? I know you're an American, but I see. You want Americans to be arrested. You want the pedophile network of billionaires, sick pieces of garbage, to be arrested in the United States for torturing and killing young children. Oh, you want that to happen in the United States? I see. I just want to be clear.
Over 24 people have resigned, CEOs, members of government worldwide. But I haven't seen any arrests or investigations here in the United States from this Department of Justice. Prince Andrew, Duke of York, who has since been stripped of his royal titles due to his affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein, has been arrested. Peter Mandelson, who previously served as UK's ambassador to the United States, resigned in disgrace from United Kingdom's House of Lords and the Labour Party, and he's been arrested. Former Prime Minister of Norway, Torbjorn Jagland, has been charged. But we don't see any charges, arrests, or investigations in the United States. What do we see? We see our FBI director celebrating in the locker room at the Olympics overseas. It's fine to be proud of this country. But
that was important work, Congressman. It was important work. He had to go to Italy and pretend that he's doing the FBI's work. Yeah, no arrests in the United States. Vital work to the United States of America. Make sure you go to the Olympic hockey game.
We should be proud of.
By the way, to the charge of looks like it's upwards of hundreds of thousands of dollars to the United States taxpayer to go to that game.
This country because we have a system of justice that works. And yet we do not. Who are the men that should be investigated? I'll name them right here. Leon Black.
Whoa.
You don't even have to see past the redactions to see that this man needs to be investigated. Jess Staley, accused of terrible things. It's right there in the files. Why is he not being investigated? And Leslie Wexner, why did the FBI list him as a co-conspirator in their own documents in a child sex trafficking case and then tell him, according to him, that they had no questions for him? Why is that?
So we did an entire deep dive with Whitney Webb the other day here on the channel, all about Les Wexner and his deep ties to Jeffrey Epstein, of course, handing over his entire empire to Jeffrey Epstein for his control, power of attorney, his entire multi-billion-dollar network. Of course, the head of Abercrombie and Fitch and Victoria's Secret, and the list goes on and on and on. And is playing this sort of dumb billionaire role. Yet he was a financier and listed as a co-conspirator that, of course, Thomas Massie had to go to the Department of Justice and ask for that name to be redacted as a co-conspirator. Why was he barked? Why was he blocked? Why was he being protected by Pam Bondi's Department of Justice? Of course, if you ask questions, Dan Bongino doesn't want you to ask questions at all about this. So we should just protect all of these pedophiles, I guess, at the heart of it. That's what's happening.
Well, the Epstein Files Transparency Act requires the DOJ and the FBI to disclose to us their internal memos and emails about how they made those decisions, whether to prosecute or not prosecute. Yet they have not delivered those memos. And we still don't have the memos and documents and emails from 2008 to explain why Jeffrey Epstein was given such a light sentence in what would have been an open and shut case of child sex trafficking, which allowed him to go back and recommit these terrible crimes, create hundreds of more victims, and ensnare so many.
Of course, the reason we don't get any of that information, even though it's in the Epstein Transparency Act specifically, I mean, his bill signed by President Trump calls for the transparency of those, who authorized him to get a sweetheart deal where he had just 6 months in prison, work release prison for sexual abuse, and then released back to do it all again. And the moment he gets out, he starts building tunnels at little Jeffrey Epstein Island. Who authorized that? That's supposed to be a part of this. That was supposed to be released by the Department of Justice. And it's been silenced. Why won't you tell us who gave that authorization? Because, of course, there are significant intelligence ties. Did it come from Israel? Did it come from the CIA? It doesn't matter. They're one and the same. Mossad, the CIA. It doesn't matter. We know that he was. We know that he was an intelligence asset, 100% confirmed. We know that. Was he an agent? No, but he was an access agent, as CIA whistleblower John Kiriakou has stated. An access agent, meaning, he's not going to be carrying a badge, but because he has such access to billionaires and millionaires and all sorts of industry, that's how he became an intelligence asset. So is that the reason why we won't see who authorized this sweetheart deal? Of course. Is there any confusion about that at all?
Other people in his conspiracy. Where are those documents that describe those decisions? We need justice. We want the Department of Justice to get to work, and that's what they need to do now.
Oh, he didn't stop either.
I rise today to let the American people know that this government is under siege. All three branches of this government is under siege by lobbyists and lawyers from a German company named Bayer.
Oh, and Susie Wiles, the most corrupt. Yeah, Susie Wiles is the cancer on the Trump administration inside the White House, the chief of staff. The reason that these Epstein files have been slow walked, not being released, the reason that Pam Bondi is the head of the DOJ is because of Susie Wiles and her, of course, connections to the drug lobby industry.
They spent over $9 million lobbying the executive branch and the legislative branch so that they don't have to be liable for any damages that their herbicide causes, otherwise known as Roundup. And they're having some success. Now, they haven't had any success yet in this chamber to get that immunity. They've had some success in the state legislatures, which are also under siege, to get this immunity from liability. Look, the Constitution guarantees people a trial if they've been harmed. Why are we contemplating going against the Constitution? The Attorney General has opined favorably for this German company in front of the Supreme Court about getting rid of any liability that they should have for any damages. And the most recent thing that we've seen, the executive branch. By the way, the president's chief of staff and the president's attorney general work for one of the biggest lobbying firms that's received hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars from Bayer.
Susie Wiles, who also worked for Benjamin Netanyahu. Get her out of the White House.
And maybe that's why we've seen an executive order that says that the production of this chemical from this German company is a national defense priority. And we know why they're doing that. It's to keep them from having any liability. Everybody in this country deserves their day in court. This is wrong. We shouldn't succumb to the lobbyists, not in the executive branch, not in the judicial branch, and certainly not here in Congress.
Unbelievable. So specifically, of course, talking about glyphosate, but the Supreme Court is about to decide on this case, which may give pesticide makers like this sweeping immunity, the same kind of immunity that we have for these drug manufacturers from the 1980s, where they don't have to ever see a day in court. Millions of people killed from a shot. You know what I'm talking about. Will they ever see their day in court? Doesn't look likely because they have that immunity. They have this immunity carve out. So now we're going to give these pesticide manufacturers that very same immunity. And Pam Bondi sent an opinion into the Supreme Court defending this immunity. Like, I think, guys, we can all agree that these people are not on our side. These people are not on our side. They do not have our best interests at heart. And Susie Wiles in the White House, who has the president's ear and who is the gatekeeper inside that White House, has full control. Unbelievable. But Thomas Massie, one of the few American patriots who actually trying to stand up for the American people. Go Thomas. And that's why they want to destroy him 100%.
anticipating a strike on Iran here, coming from the United States or Israel here at any time. And now we're hearing that huge numbers of U.S. allied forces are being told to exit the Erbil base in Iraq. I've talked about this before, just within the past couple months, that when you see this base largely get hollowed out with just a few troops left behind, that's a sign they're about to attack. It is every single time. We also have the Germans urging all citizens to get out immediately. Germany has pulled all their troops out of the area, along with other NATO allies. They've pulled anybody on the ground, French soldiers, Italian soldiers, they've all left. Norwegian, Swedish forces, they've all left. Just leaving behind the Americans pretty much to man the place. The German military sources saying that the army reduced its forces in response to the escalating regional conflict, and that any citizens that are there should get out immediately. You don't want to be stuck. There's not a guarantee they can come in a rescue operation and retrieve you if you're there. So that's what they're warning everybody largely here. And all the ducks seem to be in a row here for an attack, even though Israel pumped the brakes on the U.S. last time and had them stop right when they were getting ready to strike. This time, they're saying that if you're going to attack, you've got like a week's worth of attack power, and then that's it. If the enemy knows this, then what good does that do anything? They've got a large set of assets in the area, but it's said that when it comes to the bombs themselves, they've sent so many to Ukraine that they're in short supply. Something sounds like a setup. And with all these battleships, ones that are old and the toilets blowing up on them out there and everything else, it would seem like it would be advantageous to the West to have one of their ships sank out there in the midst of all this. It would give them the reason of all reasons to start launching bombs and to go at them hard. I really feel they're looking for an excuse to be able to go in for a decapitation strike on Khomeini, which Khomeini has also put things into motion to where a successor will replace him if they do get him. So people being told to get out, the place surrounded by military at this point, the State of the Union over. Trump says he's sick of talking. And at this point, when people are told to leave and get out, well, the next thing is bombs flying. So join me on the live show, going live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern.
IRGC ground forces tested new technology and multi-layered firepower in a massive drill on Tuesday, aimed at enhancing security along Iranian southern coastline. Iranian media released an epic video showing the combined 1404 exercise with the participation of various combat and support units, showcased the integration of modern technology with updated battlefield tactics, highlighting the force's readiness to respond to ongoing real threats, particularly from the south of the country. According to Brigadier General Mohammad Karami, commander of the IRGC ground forces, the exercise was designed based on realistic threat assessments and focused on multi-layered joint operations. Commanders described the exercise as a clear example of how new technology is being integrated into ground warfare to enhance precision, mobility, and coordination on the battlefield. One striking feature was the extensive use of unmanned aerial systems. Micro-drones and cruise missiles were used for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions. After identifying targets, the task of attacking was transferred to suicide drones, which successfully struck their pre-designated targets. During the exercise, missile, artillery, armored, mechanized, special forces, and drone units all carried out assigned missions, emphasizing that the overall design of the exercise was based on an assessment of existing and potential threats. In another phase, missile units tested newly operational systems, successfully hitting targets at various ranges. The exercise also featured demonstrations of precision-guided missile attacks conducted under electronic warfare conditions, underscoring the system's accuracy and survivability. Overall, Combined 1404 exercise aims to enhance combat readiness, strengthen coordination between different units, and adapt operational doctrine to the nature of modern warfare. Coastal and island defense is another key component of the exercise. This scenario includes shore-to-sea fire missions, the use of proximity fuse ammunition, and heavy shelling of simulated enemy positions. Special operations units practiced rapid response missions, aimed at preventing any aggressor forces from approaching Iranian coastline.
The Persian Gulf is sliding back toward confrontation. Iran is nearing a deal with China to acquire supersonic anti-ship cruise missiles, just as the United States deploys two powerful carrier strike groups within striking distance of Iranian waters. The timing alone signals a dangerous new phase in the standoff.
The US president keeps saying our military is the strongest military in the world. The world's most powerful military can sometimes receive such a slap that it can no longer stay on its feet. They keep saying we have sent warships toward Iran. Okay, of course, a warship is a dangerous device, but more dangerous than that is a weapon that can send that warship deep under the sea.
At the center of the negotiations is the Chinese-made CM-302, a missile designed to fly low and fast with a range of roughly 290 kilometers. Its supersonic speed and evasive flight profile make it extremely difficult to intercept, potentially giving Iran a credible threat against destroyers and even aircraft carriers operating in the Gulf. Talks reportedly began at least 2 years ago, but accelerated sharply after last year's 12-day war between Israel and Iran, which exposed gaps in Tehran's arsenal. Senior Iranian officials traveled to China as negotiations entered advanced stages, suggesting Tehran sees this purchase as both deterrence and strategic insurance against further escalation. The potential deal unfolds as President Donald Trump warns Tehran it has just days to reach a nuclear agreement or face severe consequences. Meanwhile, the USS Abraham Lincoln and USS Gerald R. Ford strike groups are either deployed or en route, together fielding more than 150 aircraft and thousands of personnel, projecting overwhelming American firepower near Iran's shores. For Beijing, Transferring one of its most advanced anti-ship systems to Iran would mark a major shift in military ties and signal deeper alignment against US pressure. China, Iran, and Russia already conduct joint naval drills, and this potential sale would move that cooperation from symbolism to hard capability, reshaping the balance of power in contested waters. No delivery date has been confirmed, but even the prospect of supersonic ship killers entering Iran's arsenal changes strategic calculations overnight. If diplomacy fails while carriers remain in range and missiles arrive, the Gulf could become the front line of a high-stakes power contest between Washington and a tightening Beijing-Tehran axis.
Iran an ultimatum tonight at the State of the Union address. And the question is, are we going to war with Iran? Now, the Iranians say that the negotiations are going well. They're saying, hey, you know what? We think we're going to come to a diplomatic solution as long as it's fair to everybody. We're fine. In fact, they say, under no condition are we ever going to be building a nuclear weapon. We just do what we do for our own people. Of course, I think that they remain on the brink of always being at the, precipice of building a nuclear weapon in order to protect themselves from full-on onslaught by the Israelis and the United States. But they're saying, hey, you know what? Everything's good. We're all fine. But the U.S. seems to be indicating a different story, because what we're seeing is the largest military buildup of U.S. forces in the Middle East since the Iraq War. That was the only other time we've had this many military assets in the Middle East. We've got stealth F-22s that have landed in Israel. We now have U.S. troops withdrawing completely from Syria. Some are saying, oh, it's because of diplomacy with Syria. And others are saying, no, it's because those troops are vulnerable. If we go to war with Iran, they're going to be attacked. So what is actually going on here? Let's go ahead and look at this first news story that 12 U.S. stealth F-22s landed in Israel as the Iran strike looms. This one is saying that the F-22 fighter jets, among the most advanced in the world, landed in Israel on Tuesday as part of a broader American military buildup amid the possibility of a strike on Iran. The F-22 Raptor is one of two fifth-generation fighter jets in the U.S. arsenal, alongside the F-35, which is also operated by the Israeli Air Force. The landing of American fighter jets in Israel is unusual. The deployment of advanced stealth F-22s is particularly so. And I just want to point out, perhaps we're doing this whole negotiation thing with Iran as just a ruse to buy some time. I mean, we're moving assets into the Middle East. We have the USS Gerald Ford on its way to the Mediterranean. And they're going through some real toilet drama, apparently. They've got a bunch of, it sounds like from reports that some of the sailors are actually clogging the toilets intentionally. Maybe they don't want to go to war with Iran, and so they're trying to stop the ship. But the military says, the Pentagon says, oh, we're going forward anyway. Toilets or no toilets. So the reports were that they have like 2 toilets for the 4,200 people on the ship. I don't know. But it's still full steam ahead, sailing. It just passed Greece, and it's expected to join the USS Abraham Lincoln momentarily, essentially. And we've also got these jets that have just landed in Israel. So part of me wonders if the reason why we're even negotiating with Iran is not because we're actually negotiating in good faith, but because we are actually just buying time in order to get our military assets into the Middle East. So the F-22 is unlike the F-35. The F-22 has not been sold to foreign militaries due to U.S. legal prohibition. Also, it has the capability to do a variety of different things. I think it's capable of ground attack, electronic warfare, and intelligence missions. Says in a series of posts on X, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi stressed that diplomacy remained possible. Quote, a deal is within reach, but only if diplomacy is given priority. Araghchi wrote, he said that Iran would return to talks with the United States in Geneva based on understandings reached in a previous round with determination to reach a fair and equitable deal as quickly as possible. Quote, our fundamental convictions are crystal clear. Iran will under no circumstances ever develop a nuclear weapon. Neither will we Iranians ever forego our right to harness the dividends of peaceful nuclear technology for our people. So that's where we're at with the negotiation. Yet here we are building up tons of military assets in the Middle East. And one should ask the question, are we actually going to war? Is that what we're doing? Another strange thing that's going on is we're withdrawing troops from Syria entirely. So at this point, which, hey, good thing. A lot of us have wanted to get out of Syria for a long time, but I fear that the reason we're getting out of Syria is not because we're getting out of Syria because we don't belong there, because it's not a country, we just shouldn't be in a foreign country. I'd love to see a lot of our bases dismantled. But actually, the reason we're withdrawing is because the bases are vulnerable to Iranian attacks. But the Washington Post reports that the U.S. is in the process of withdrawing all of its roughly 1,000 troops from Syria, bringing an end to a decade-long U.S. military presence that fought Islamic State. The decision includes already completed troop withdrawals from strategic outposts in the northeast of Syria and the borderlands of Syria, Jordan and Iraq, some of the officials say, marking a new chapter in a war against Islamic State that continues today. The troops will pull out from the last U.S. outposts over the next 2 months, the officials said, a timeline that some analysts said would leave the Middle East vulnerable to resurgence of Islamic State militancy. So remember when we were there and the excuse was because we were fighting terrorists, we were fighting ISIS, and now they're saying, well, if we leave, ISIS is coming back. So then what was the point? Because it really wasn't about that at all. A U.S. official said the withdrawal could be conditions-based, implying that the U.S. might rethink the decision if Islamic State comes roaring back. But many are saying, actually, the real reason why we're moving the troops out is, and we're really just moving them out. We're not actually sending them back home, I don't think. I think they're actually just being restationed to other parts of the Middle East that are aimed at Iran. But people are saying the real reason is because these guys are going to be unprotected in that region. There's only 1,000 of them there, and it's just too vulnerable, and so it could not be very good. Okay. Now, many are saying that the reason why we're going to war with Iran is because our government is totally and completely bought off by Israel. And we've seen with the Epstein files all of the blackmail and the compromat that has been able to be secured. And so, and we've watched all of our leaders kiss the Wailing Wall and do their pilgrimage to Israel and then come back and say anything for Israel, and basically fawn over Israel. And it's an Israel first policy. There is no doubt that there is a massive amount of influence from Israel on our decision making. However, I do think that there is another reason why the United States wants to go after Iran. And I think it's a very similar reason as to why the United States took out Maduro in Venezuela. And that is because of China. And in particular, China's Belt and Road Initiative and China's deal they signed a 25-year cooperation agreement with Iran. Now, the U.S. is going to be hard-pressed to sell the American people over war with Iran for Israel. But the U.S. could send out all of its little propaganda minions to all of the news stations the minute we decide to actually attack and say, this is about China, stopping China, we got to stop China, knowing that many Americans will foam at the mouth the minute they hear China. So it is very possible. Now, is this the main reason? I don't, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I think certainly the Israelis are really in control of our foreign policy, but the desire to stop China is very, very strong inside of our government. China is rising. China is becoming a world power. China is just rapidly growing, building infrastructure, building their GDP. And they're also building and expanding their influence around the world. The way the United States chose to do influence around the world was to build military and to say, we're going to come here and we're going to protect you. We're mighty. We have big muscles and guns, and we're going to protect you. And a lot of the world signed up for that. And then the world realized, wait, that might have been a mistake because you guys are kind of bullies. And China went around the world saying, you know what, we're going to whip out a checkbook and start building things like bridges and roads and ports. And what do you think of that? And the world was like, hey, that sounds like a pretty good deal. Of course, power, in my opinion, always corrupts. Eventually, that power will be corrupted, like always. I mean, that's just the way it goes. But it is certainly way more enticing to have bridges rather than bombs, right? So Iran is central to China's Belt and Road Initiative, to that corridor. It is right where China needs to try. It's just right in that center area. I mean, look at where Iran is positioned for that Belt and Road corridor. I mean, going from China all the way through to get to the Middle East, to get to Europe, to get to Africa, you got to go, if you want a land route, you got to go through Iran. So this place is central to China. It is the land bridge between Asia and Europe. And China just signed, like I said, a 25-year cooperation agreement with Iran. And on top of that, not only is Iran a strategic corridor, but Iran also has a lot of resources. Iran sits on a major oil and mineral reserves, massive. In fact, just a couple of years ago, Iran discovered, I believe this, the world's second largest lithium deposit. And lithium is very much needed to make batteries, and the world's running on batteries. China is its largest customer. And China is actually the world's largest manufacturer of batteries at this point, really just trouncing the competition with their EVs and all of their various different sort of environmental or, going in that direction, going away from oil and going more towards the electric stuff and batteries. And that's what China's at the forefront of. So Iran is extremely strategic for China. And that means that the United States, it's strategic for the United States in their minds to then hobble Iran. Because if you could hobble Iran and start bombing the place, now you've got all these ports, you've got all these bridges. China has been investing tons of infrastructure into Iran. And if you could go and blow them up because you're at war, well, that certainly hobbles China's Belt and Road Initiative for a while. And that is why Iran could get us into World War III, is because if China sees that the U.S. is going to go in there, bomb Iran, and not only bomb Iran, but actually get control of Iran, then China and Russia might actually swoop in and start fighting on behalf of Iran in order to keep that very strategic country geographically and minerals and oil and all of the things that Iran has. They would maybe actually fight tooth and nail in order to keep it under their geopolitical influence. So that could be the real motivation for Donald Trump, or the push, or at least the people behind the scenes knowing which buttons they could push in order to get Donald Trump to maybe actually do the very thing he promised the American people he would not do, which is wage war, to go into another endless Middle Eastern war. But it does feel like we are on the precipice of that. And that is because of its strategic location and its massive reserve of lithium that was just discovered, the second largest in the world. And, the world, yes, Iran has oil. And a lot of times we see things with oil, just like with Venezuela. Venezuela has a lot of oil. And so many people might look at that and say, well, the real reason why the United States went after Maduro, the reason why the United States is going after Iran is for oil. It's just another oil war. But I would say actually minerals now are the new oil that that countries seem to be fighting. And Venezuela, by the way, sitting also on a massive reserve of untapped minerals. And Venezuela, is not sitting in a strategic land corridor between Asia and Europe, for example. Venezuela is not strategically important geographically necessarily. I mean, I'm sure you could make some arguments for it, but it's not like Iran by any stretch of the imagination. So Venezuela, what is that about? Right? Venezuela is not a country that's been threatening Israel. Venezuela is not one that's sitting in a strategic land corridor. Venezuela has a lot of oil. People are saying, well, that's why we wanted it. And certainly we've then seen a lot of extraction of oil from Venezuela. But I would say it's about China. and it's about stopping China. And what both countries have in common is that they are strategic and important to China. Iran, though, more so than Venezuela. China has not come to Venezuela's aid because, yes, Venezuela does provide a lot of resources to China. At the end of the day, Venezuela the resources can be replaced. It's tough for China. It's a hit, but it can be replaced. Iran, on the other hand, I don't really think so. And so that is why I think that this posturing could lead to war from the Donald Trump administration. We're going to see a massive amount of propaganda puppets coming out saying China, 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 not Israel. Stop being an anti-Semite. This is about China, China, China. And then Iran and Russia run in, and North Korea rushes in, and a lot of countries rush in. And the next thing we know, we are in World War II. That concludes the content portion of this segment. But let's go to our sponsor on this one. In the 20th century, wars were fought over oil. We've talked about this. But in the 21st century, they're going to be fought over minerals, because minerals are what power everything. They power your phone. They power electric vehicles. They power grid storage. They power drones. They power fighter jets. They power satellites. They power AI data centers. They power advanced weapons systems. They power nuclear facilities. They power aerospace. I mean, the list goes on. They power literally the backbone of modern economy. And you can't build batteries without minerals, which is why they're so important, why I think so many countries are going to be trying to secure as many mineral deposits as they possibly can. I mean, you can't build semiconductors without minerals. You can't build solar panels, wind turbines, missiles, tanks, or F-22 Raptors without minerals. So when we talk about the U.S. trying to limit China's access to oil, gas, and strategic corridors like Iran, what we're really talking about is control over the industrial inputs of the future. And here's what's wild. Everyone talks about lithium, everyone talks about rare earths, but almost nobody talks about graphite. Now, graphite makes up over half the weight of a lithium-ion battery, over half. And yet today, the overwhelming majority of battery-grade graphite processing is controlled by China. So that's a strategic vulnerability most Americans don't even realize exists. But you could see where this would be a problem, especially if we end up at war with China. Which brings me to today's sponsor, Nouveau Monde Graphite, ticker symbol NMG. Now, let me explain this in plain English, okay? Nouveau Monde Graphite is a Canadian company building what they say will be North America's first fully integrated carbon-neutral natural graphite production operation. Now, what does that mean? It means they control the mine, they control the processing, and they're building facilities to turn raw graphite into battery-ready anode material, the stuff that actually goes inside lithium-ion batteries. And they have two major assets in Quebec. They have the Matawini mine, a high-grade graphite deposit north of Montreal, and they have the Bécancour.
War, otherwise known as aggression, with no complaints from the Americans.
Money printing, inflation, and over. Call 800-511.
Important. Just simply an attack against a Russian defense industrial facility. The Votkinsk facility is the premier Russian defense industrial facility. It is the place where most of their strategic nuclear missiles are assembled, the final assembly plant, and a place where, most of their tactical missiles are manufactured. If you were to pick the top 5 important facilities, defense industrial facilities in Russia, Votkinsk would definitely be in the top 5, and some people like me would argue that it's number 1. So hitting this isn't just like hitting anything else. And the other thing you have to do before we talk about the attack, we have to set it up by pointing out this is exactly what Russia was saying they didn't want to happen back in December of 2021 when they put draft treaties before the United States and NATO. Vladimir Putin told Biden specifically, what we fear most in this adventure you're doing with Ukraine is that you're going to position long-range strike missile attack capability on Ukrainian soil. And Ukraine sits like a mailed fist in the stomach of Russia, right there. And if you put missiles there, Russia's literally defenseless. None of their defenses have been built to respond to this. And Biden pretended to pay attention, but then he was dismissive of this. The Russians, weren't acting in a vacuum. The United States withdrew from the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty in 2019. And one of the things the Russians feared prior to that was that the United States had set up these two installations, one in Poland, one in Romania, Aegis Ashore, the Mark 41, ostensibly to fire anti-ballistic missiles. But on a ship, the same mechanism is used to fire Tomahawk missiles. And the Russians said, you could just launch Tomahawk missiles from here. This is not what we want. This is destabilizing. And I say, don't worry about it. We would never do that. 1 week after we withdrew from the INF Treaty, we launched a Tomahawk missile from one of the from an Aegis Ashore Mark 41 type launcher. And so the Russians are like, no, you're not going to get to do that in Ukraine. And if you recall, the British and the French sent the Scalp and the Storm Shadow and the Scalp. We sent the Attackams, 250 kilometers for the British and French systems, 300 for ours. And the Russians said, don't use them against our territory. And initially, we put a restriction on that. So you can only use it against Ukraine or in the disputed new territories. But then in September 2024, Joe Biden and Keir Starmer were talking about giving permission for Ukraine to strike deep. And that's when the Russians came back and said, if you do that, we nuke you. Straight up. It will be nuclear war. And then we pretended that they were bluffing. And in November, the Biden administration said, you have our permission to use Attackams deep. And the Russians were getting ready. That's when the CIA briefed Congress, 51% chance of nuclear war. Guys, this isn't fake. This isn't, some yes jockey saying, be afraid, be afraid. 51% chance, CIA briefing senior members of Congress. Only Trump coming in, candidate Trump saying, I'm going to rescind that order, is what probably prevented that war from happening. But now Trump is talking about sending Tomahawks to Ukraine. Tomahawks, the very missile the Russians were worried about. Now, he was never serious about that, but now we come to your thing. In step the British. The British have a production company, Millennium. It's headquartered in the United Kingdom, has a production hub in Abu Dhabi, and they worked with the Ukrainians to create something called the FP5 Flamingo. This is a workaround the Russian red lines about Tomahawk missiles, Scalp, Storm Shadow, Attackams, because this is ostensibly an indigenous Ukrainian missile, but it's not. The British made it. The British designed it. It was done in a way that we could pretend the Ukrainians put it together. The Ukrainians are producing this, but the engine is what used to be produced in Zaporozhye, a Motor Siege plant. That plant's been leveled. So where are they getting their engines from? Not Ukraine. They're being refurbished outside of Ukraine. The solid rocket motor propellant used to boost the Flamingo from the ground into the air is produced in Denmark. The Danes have openly said, yeah, we're producing a solid rocket motor plant. The Germans provide the guidance and control, and the British provide the funding and the direction. And the United States provides intelligence, the same intelligence package that we use to guide their drones to Russian defense industries or to Vladimir Putin's residence was used to guide them to Vodkensk. So now put yourself in the Russian position. The thing they said can't be allowed to happen just happened. This is a game changer. Not only do the Russians have to respond in a way that eliminates the Flamingo, but the current Ukrainian government can't be allowed to exist. Ukraine, as it's currently configured, can't be allowed to exist because now, if the war stops the way Donald Trump wants it to stop, you freeze in place this government with their military capabilities, which now includes long-range strike capabilities made by NATO, labeled made in Ukraine. It's all a lie. This is a very dangerous situation, and I'm waiting to see how the Russians are going to respond.
What do you expect the Kremlin will do? That they have to do something militarily, right?
Well, they claim they already have. They claim that they immediately fired some Kinzhal missiles into production facilities in Ukraine. But the Russians know what's going on. There's German production facilities There's the Danish one that's been admitted. The Czech Republic is probably refurbishing engines. Some fabrication is probably taking place in Poland. And then in Ukraine, you'll have a final assembly plant. But this is one of those things where according to some of the people that are closely advising Vladimir Putin, like Sergei Karganov, it's time to strike Europe. And that case is being made. I don't know if Putin's going to pull the trigger yet, but the other thing it does is it undermines the trust and confidence in the American role as a mediator to bring this war, because it appears now that the United States is simply dragging this process out until which time Ukraine develops long-range strike capability, and then that will be frozen in place as part of the security guarantees when this war comes to an end. Totally unacceptable to Russia. It's a poison pill. Russia couldn't accept it, because to do so is to surrender.
Is there any question in your mind of CIA involvement?
No question whatsoever. The CIA is neck deep in advising the Ukrainian drone program. The CIA and MI6 are working together. This is part of an MI6 master plan called Keep Ukraine in the Fight. This is what Volodymyr Zelensky's been saying: give me the ability to strike deep and I will bring the Russians to the table. And so this is a British master plan, but it's the CIA, it's the United States that develops the targeting package, and it's the CIA that delivers that targeting package, probably indirectly through Palantir in Germany, to the Ukrainians.
When Witkoff and Kushner sit down with the Russians, which I think is in Geneva pretty soon, I'm not sure, because of the two sets of negotiations going on, one with Iran, one with Ukraine and Russia. Do the Russians go toe-to-toe with him about what the CIA has done?
I doubt it. The Witkoff-Kushner angle is an economic angle. And the primary point of contact there is Kirill Dmitriev, who is running around touting this 7-point plan, which looks an awful lot like the United States plan to economically dominate and control Russia in the 1990s, or the Biden plan in March 2011. I don't understand why the Russians don't know their history. Why do I know their history better than them? Why, when I look at this 7-point plan, do I say, no, this is the kind of economic capitulation that we got from you in the 90s and we're trying to get for you from in 2011, which you rejected then. Why would you ever embrace this now? But that's what they're wrestling with right now. The military to military stuff will be done, in using different channels. There's military to military channels similar to the one that was used to supply the United States with the guidance chip from the assassination attempt against Vladimir Putin. The CIA and the Russian SVR have back channels, and I'm sure those messages will be sent as well.
Wow. I'm switching to Iran now. From your experience, from your observations, and from whatever sources you may consult, do you believe that the U.S. attack on Iran is inevitable?
This is a tough one, Judge, because politically the president has painted himself into a pretty little corner. Logistically, we've surpassed the point where it would be comfortable to stop this war. If we don't attack, we are literally blowing a logistic opportunity, because the air defenses that we've assembled in the region have been taken down. Many of them come from, for instance, Asia. A THAAD system came out of South Korea. Patriot missile came out of South Korea. Some come from Guam. So we've stripped our defenses in the Pacific. Remember Taiwan and China. We've stripped our defenses in Europe. Nobody wants to talk about that. To build them up in the Middle East. But we can't keep this forever. At some point in time, those assets have to go home. And the other thing is we've forward deployed a whole bunch of military resources, not just aircraft, but fuel, armaments. The logistics, again, is critical. During the Gulf War, we called this the tip fiddle. And once you passed, in October of 1990, the decision was made to go to war. Irreversible, because we had already started pushing so much military force forward that you couldn't turn the switch off. The same thing happened in 2003. Even if we didn't want to invade Iraq, we had to, because the system was moving. And I'm afraid that that's the same thing that's happened. The only good news is, I think, and I've been betting on this, I've told you about this, I've told other people about this, the generals have to look at this. And I'm hearing that the generals right now are saying, boss, we can't do this. I mean, we can go in, we can bomb, but we're not going to achieve the outcome you want. You're telling us regime change must occur. And we're telling you we don't know if we can accomplish that. We're also telling you that we don't know if we can suppress the totality of their ballistic missile capabilities, and that they may get off some salvos that hurt Israel and hurt us. And, we could be in for a long, knockdown, drag out fight, the kind you said you didn't want us to get involved. So we're giving you a heads up. If you order us to go in, we may never get out of there. We may be caught up in a war that's just going to last forever. And, the military stays out of politics, but the insinuation there is that you're going to pay a heavy price at the polls.
What would be the military goal? They're not going to chase the Ayatollah from office. If they kill him, he'll be replaced with someone younger and of like mind. They're not going to cause a revolution in the streets. They're only going to unite the Iranian people behind their government, and they're going to expose Israel to potentially devastating consequences. Do you agree on all that?
I agree that's all the potential, except I would come back with the CIA response. Maduro in Venezuela. Because before we took out Maduro, there were people, some of them are my very good friends, who have been to Venezuela. There are 5 million Venezuela militia who are going to rise up in the streets and defend Maduro to their dying breath. I mean, Maduro is entrenched. This is that. The CIA bought everybody. And the CIA was very cocky. And the CIA was right. I'm hearing that the CIA believes in a similar outcome in Iran. We know that the Israelis got really deep into the Revolutionary Guard. They had targeting information that was unbelievable. They had, locational data.
This is back in June.
Back in June. And, the CIA has been playing a long game here, doing a lot of recruiting for decades. These student organizations that we see are all CIA controlled. They march to their master, and the CIA's got them in the streets right now, which is sort of a sign like it's time to get this thing rolling. We're also hearing that the Baluch Liberation Army, the Kurds, and others have come together and created a military front. Another phase you would expect to see if the CIA was saying, we're ready, because the CIA believes that the military can kill Khamenei, can kill the president, can eliminate the regime several layers deep, can destabilize the security mechanisms, and create a window of opportunity for the students to create enough chaos that these armed factions can come in and take over. That's the CIA's game plan. And so you've got a couple people talking to the president right now. I believe you have Raising Cain, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who's reflecting the military standpoint, saying, we're not certain about this. But you also got the director of the CIA saying, now my boys are telling us we're good to go.
And Tulsi Gabbard and J.D. Vance are advising restraint.
Well, Tulsi Gabbard's also the one who came out prior and said, they don't have a nuclear weapons program. President, I don't care what she says. So she's advising restraint because she's probably well grounded in the facts and the reality of the truth on the ground in Iran, that the regime isn't as weak as the CIA believes it is, et cetera. And J.D. Vance is a more astute politician than the president, who understands how absolutely devastating it'll be for him politically to engage in a war of choice. There is no legitimate national security reason for us to be going to war against Iran. There's none whatsoever. They don't have a nuclear weapons program. Hell, they're willing right now to cut a deal that would be a dream for any presidential administration on diluting 60% enriched uranium, sending most of it out of the country, diluting the rest down, inspections, the whole thing. That would be a victory. That would be a heck of a political victory. But the president has been listening to Lindsey Graham and others, and he's going all out, to the Israeli model of victory, which is regime change, getting rid of the Iranian regime, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. J.D. Vance is smart enough to know that this will probably be the political death of both of them, which is why he's advising against it.
Here's the president basically saying, I don't care what Tulsi Gabbard says. Cut number 6.
You've always said that you don't believe Iran should be able to have a nuclear weapon, but how IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having.
So she gives a measured comment based on raw data under oath, and he dismisses it by saying, I don't care what she says.
Yeah,
that's due to what? The Zionist pressure on him.
It's Israel. Remember, he withdrew from the INF, from the JCPOA after receiving a briefing from Benjamin Netanyahu based upon supposedly new intelligence. And his intelligence community was telling him the same thing I would have told him. Hey, boss, this is recycled crap. We've seen it before. The documents, they're saying they just got out of this facility that are new and condemning. They tried to sell it to us back in 2004 and 2009. We know it's a lie. We know those are forgeries. That's what the intelligence community is saying. But he had Benjamin Netanyahu dancing in the White House, and he came out and he said, the Iranians are cheating. We're leaving the program. So, what is right now is he's receiving briefings from the Israelis, and he's believing these briefings.
Here's the head of the Quincy Institute. I know you know these folks, arguing that Trump is being lied to, just what you've been saying. Number 5, Chris.
Trump has been sold a narrative by the Israelis that portrays Iran far, far weaker than it actually is. And as a result, he's adopting maximalist, capitulation positions that are simply unrealistic based on how the power reality actually looks. The Iranians are undoubtedly weaker than they were 2 years ago, but not as weak as the Israelis have been telling Trump they are. And as a result, he is confused, frustrated that they haven't capitulated yet, but the capitulation simply is not in the card because they're not as weak as Trump believes. Unless this gets corrected, even if the Iranians put forward a very far-leaning proposal that is extremely attractive to the U.S., Trump may still say no because he's under the false belief that he can get something even better.
Do you agree?
I agree with most. I mean, Trita Parsi is he's even though he's against Trump, he's somebody who has ideological axe to grind against the Iranian regime. So sometimes his his words are sort of blended up. But the bottom line is that Trump is being lied to, and he is under the sway of the Israelis. There's no doubt about that.
Wow. And of course, Trump himself, we were watching this just before we came on. Chris, play the clip about Trump blasting people that always want to take us into war.
Just as importantly, bringing back empowerment will give us a crucial tool with which to obliterate the deep state, drain the swamp, and starve the warmongers, these people that want wars all over the place, killing. They love killing. And the globalists out of our government. We're going to get the warmongers and the globalists out of our government.
That was then. This is now. What do you think an attack will look like? He can't do a Maduro-like in and out in a couple of hours. No. I don't know what his goal would be. What's he going to do? Kidnap an 86-year-old man from his bed at 2 o'clock in the morning?
No, the goal is to decapitate the regime, either kill them or put them on the run. But the other goal is to suppress Iran's ability to fire missiles at Israel and American bases. I think, the U.S. Air Force has designed, U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Navy have designed a strategic air campaign whose primary goal early on will be to prevent Iranian missiles from being launched. I think they're probably going to do that in concert with special operations forces. We saw that during Iraq, where our teams were on the ground working in concert with the Air Force in Western Iraq. I imagine something like that may be taking place again because they need to make sure no mass launches get fired. You're going to get leakers, but that's what the reinforced air defense is. One of the reasons why the air defense system failed is that it was overwhelmed, that the Iranians came in and just flooded it with cheap missiles and everything got fired off, saturated, the radars got confused, and then the good stuff came through. But if all you have is leakers, the air defense system should be able to fine tune and shoot down, most, if not all, of the leakers. So the goal here is to focus on keeping the missiles from hitting while we decapitate, suppress the security forces, and buy time for the demonstrations to set Iranian cities on fire, and for the paramilitary groups to come in and and challenge the authorities to take control.
This will probably upset your stomach, but this is the kind of American Zionist pressure that Trump is under. Chris, cut number 4.
It's not a matter of a deal, a negotiation, or diplomacy, or playing this thing out. The Islamist Nazis have told us what they're going to do, and they believe this is directed by God. Do you think signing a deal is going to stop anything? Do you think they're going to honor the deal? The issue isn't whether we negotiate. The question is, why do we negotiate? The question is, why do we think some deal is going to keep these people under control? It's not. The problem isn't negotiations. The problem isn't they won't agree to this or that, or we can get the best deal in world history. The problem is them. The West needs to understand what we're dealing with. For 47 years, I don't know what it's going to take, but we need to comprehend what we're dealing with. That regime needs to be eliminated.
I always find it entertaining when balding, fat old men who have never been in the military talk tough like they're ready to lead the charge. Mr. Levine has no credibility here. The other issue that you need to talk, I just find it curious about him talking about the Iranians with claiming a mandate from God when he literally represents Greater Israel, which is supposedly, according to Mike Huckabee, a mandate from God. So, it's just ludicrous. What it proves is that the pro-Israeli lobby is very influential and is putting a lot of pressure on Donald Trump.
I'm going to play the Tucker Carlson, Mike Huckabee clip because Alistair Crook and Larry Johnson say this has caused quite a commotion in the Middle East. I'd like your thoughts on it. Chris, cut number 2.
Christian Zionism. I want to go back because that's where we started.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. Mm-hmm. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. Yeah. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
What is the reaction in the Middle East to the U.S. ambassador to Israel, as flawed as he is, saying it would be fine if they took it all?
No, I mean, already, I forget the number of nations, 14 nations or so have come out and condemned this statement and asking Donald Trump for clarification. But remember that, Huckabee's not the first. Tucker Carlson got Ted Cruz to pretty much say that he ran for Senate because of the Bible in Israel, that his first loyalty to Israel. Dan Bongino, what's your number one priority, Mr. Bongino? Become deputy director of the FBI. The security of Israel. My God, it's all over the place. People are afraid to say anything other than that because of the political consequences.
Wow. What's your best instinct tell you about when Trump will attack? I mean, he's got a problem with the moon, as I understand it. I didn't realize that the moon plays a role in this.
That's old school. When you're doing surprise attacks, you wait for moon phase. But in this day and age, once the battle starts, it starts. It doesn't matter where the moon is. And, this is going to be more about shutting down electronic eyes and shutting down visual eyes. So I think there's a lot of logistical pressure on the president right now to pull the trigger in a week or so, maybe tonight. But I also think the military is reinforcing the point that, boss, we can't guarantee a victory here. And no president wants to be told by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, we can't guarantee a victory, and then pull the trigger and then be confronted with a defeat. So there's some big time politics at play here. And right now, if the military keeps this pressure, and I hope and I pray they do, I don't think he's going to attack. But if the CIA and Israel and Mark Levine and Lindsey Graham and everybody gets Donald Trump, he may. I mean, the danger with Donald Trump is that pretty much he is what the last person who briefed him told him. He's not a great thinker. He's a very insecure man. And, right now he's just put himself in a very, very tough situation politically. And this requires the kind of, intestinal fortitude that Donald Trump simply lacks. He's not a brave man. And, making this call requires a lot of courage. And I'm in this case, I'm glad, because I'm hoping he takes the coward's way out, meaning he doesn't go to war. But we'll see, because Israel has placed a lot of pressure on him. Lindsey Graham has, squeezed his arm and gotten a lot of promises out of him. And so there's a political cost to be paid either way. It's up to the president to decide, where he wants to take his punishment.
Scott Ritter, thank you very much, my dear man. Much appreciated. If he does attack, we'll want to come to you right away. Otherwise, we'll see you next week. All the best.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Judge.
Thank you. Coming up tomorrow at 8 in the morning, Ambassador Chaz Freeman at 9 in the morning.
Burkina Faso's leader, Ibrahim Traore, is now at the center of a new diplomatic and security push from Iran. Tehran is stepping into the region, seeking closer defense ties with the Sahel's military governments. The shift is formalized this week in Tehran during high-level talks between defense ministers of Iran and Burkina Faso. Now, Iranian officials described Africa as central to their foreign and security strategy and singled out Burkina Faso as a priority partner.
The Islamic Republic is firm to deepen ties with independent and revolutionary countries in the West African region, especially Burkina Faso. The revolutions in the Sahel are popular struggles against colonial policies, and the formation of the Alliance of Sahel States is a commendable step in the face of pressure from Western countries.
The outreach comes as Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger tighten coordination through the Alliance of Sahel States. Now, a bloc formed by military governments seeking new partners after distancing themselves from Western security arrangements. And analysts say that Iran's pitch to the region is straightforward. It's security support in exchange for resource and diplomatic access. Tehran is already a major exporter of military drones, engineering support, and defense technology to its major allies in Africa. In Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traore is reportedly securing Iranian drones and a commitment for a new petroleum refinery, all in exchange for gold and strategic infrastructure access. Now, in Niger, the stakes are even higher. Reports indicate a deal where Tehran provides missiles in exchange for 300 metric tons of uranium ore. And in Mali, the cooperation is already in place. Now, Iranian technicians are reportedly on the ground supporting drone operations and aircraft maintenance while exploring long-term access. In return, Tehran is eyeing Mali's vast gold reserves and agricultural potential. Put simply, an analyst described the model as a closed-loop system. Weapons, training, and industrial support flow in the Sahel. Minerals, strategic access, and political alignment flow out. Now, some transactions are also reportedly structured through local currencies or commodity exchanges rather than the Western backing network. Now, the rhetoric during the Tehran meetings reflected that positioning, and both sides criticized Western pressure and framed their cooperation as resistance against external domination.
We believe that the world can live in full peace if domineering relations are broken and more space is given to peace and justice. We maintain that the main sources of instability in our region are not different from those seeking to force the Iranian nation to surrender.
So why is this happening now? The timing follows a series of major shifts in the region. France's military withdrawal from Mali, multiple coups across the Sahel, and worsening insurgencies have left governments searching for reliable security partners. Analysts say that these military-led states are now actively diversifying their alliances. They are already working with Russian security structures and Turkish drone suppliers. Adding Iran expands their options and reduces dependence on any single foreign power. For Tehran, the Sahel offers something equally valuable, with sanctions tightening and possible military tensions with Washington continuing. Now, Iran is fast-tracking what officials call a pivot toward the global south. Analysts say that new partnerships in Africa provide Iran access to diplomatic allies beyond West Asia. Now, what this really means is the Sahel is no longer just a regional conflict zone. It is becoming a competitive arena for global influence. With Russia already entrenched, Turkey expanding defense sales, and Iran now stepping in with security partnerships of its own. And for more on this, we are being joined by Beverly Ochieng, who is a senior analyst at Control Risks, joining us live from Dakar in Senegal. Beverly, as always, great to have you on the show. Welcome.
Brother, Julius Malema has made a speech, and this is one of his wildest. You've got to watch this. Crazy stuff. Let's go.
The fact that you have taken Israel to the ICJ, America will never forgive you for that. So you must know, even if Trump goes to jail for those files of Epstein, or if he succeeds, he avoids prison for Epstein files, and then he goes on retirement, you can be rest assured whoever is going to come after Trump is going to continue this policy of being anti-South Africa. Why? You are going to be punished for the stance you took against Israel.
So Malema is saying that South Africa doesn't have beef with America. South Africa has a beef with Israel.
The plenum engaged deeply with the shifting global balance of forces and rapid deterioration of the international political order. The world has entered a period of heightened instability, driven by the aggressive conduct of imperial powers and the deepening crisis of global capitalism. The current phase is marked by open cohesion, militarization of foreign policy, economic warfare, and the erosion of international law. The United States of America, in particular, is playing a destabilizing role globally, using its economic and military power to discipline states that pursue independent paths or refuse to submit to imperial interests. We commend South Africa's principled stance in solidarity with the people of Palestine, and its opposition to Israel apartheid practices has exposed the country to external hostility and misinformation campaigns. This pressure is not accidental, but part of a broader attempt to punish countries that challenge imperial dominance.
Malema is not your friend. Do you hear that? I mean, the guy is blatant. He's not mashing his word. He's not trying to be diplomatic. He's going on the dot explosively. This is crazy.
We further commend the declaration of the Israeli diplomat as a persona non grata and call for the president to adhere to the long-standing resolution of parliament to close the Israeli embassy with immediate effect. The EFF remains firm in its view that the unraveling of the current global order also presents an opportunity for humanity. As all systems fail, there is a space to advance a multipolar world based on equality between nations, respect for sovereignty, and cooperation rather than domination. This brings up the need to strengthen South-to-South relations, reduce dependency on US dollar, oppose foreign military bases on African soil, and build independent industrial, technological, and defense capacity across the continent.
Wow. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I mean, this is the United States of America. People are shit scared of the United States of America. You don't speak like this about America. This guy doesn't give a flying duck. Let's go.
Internationally, there is a need to reflect deeply on the erosion of human rights, radicalized immigration enforcement, and the dangers posed to millions of people who will seek to attend the FIFA World Cup scheduled for 2026, co-hosted by the United States, Mexico, and Canada. Our movement has consistently denounced the United States government's suspension of immigrant visa processing for at least 75 countries, including several whose teams have qualified for the World Cup, such as Brazil, Colombia, Algeria, Cape Verde, Egypt, Ghana, Haiti, Iran, Cote d'Ivoire, Jordan, Morocco, Senegal, Tunisia, Guatemala, and many other countries. This cruel policy creates a situation where fans, players, coaching staff from these nations, and indeed any ordinary supporter without privileged status face the real risk of visa denial, detention by ICE, deportation, or unsafe conditions simply for wanting to attend a global sporting event. Amnesty and human rights organizations have already raised alarm about the abuses by U.S. immigration authorities that jeopardizes the safety of foreign visitors. In this context, the EFF once again makes a call for a global boycott of the FIFA World Cup in the United States. A sporting boycott is not merely symbolic, but it is rooted in a proud history of struggle.
I mean, the majority of African countries trying to keep a good relationship with America, and sometimes keeping a good relationship is shutting up. You know, don't speak too loud. Don't contradict. Just stay in your lane. Malema doesn't give a flying duck about that. This is crazy. Let's go.
Our own democracy and the liberation of the African continent were profoundly shaped by the sporting and cultural boycotts that rejected apartheid, colonialism, and injustice wherever they prevailed. We are therefore morally compelled to extend this tradition of solidarity to all victims of U.S. aggression and exclusion. The USA's current foreign policy, from threats and military interventions in Venezuela, economic pressure through the blockade on Cuba, geopolitical posturing in Greenland, to destabilize efforts in Colombia and Mexico, reflects a predatory exercise of power driven by violence and exploitation. We condemn the blockade against Cuba, the arrest of democratically elected President Maduro, and all measures that punish nations for asserting their sovereignty. Israeli embassy must close. Declaring that person persona non grata is a one step in the right direction. We appreciate that. We support that. We fully support that. We were actually jumping. And we were like, can South Africa take such a strong, bold, it was ICJ, then now this one. But the most firm and radical position will be to close that embassy. Whether you are begging, whether you are being nice, whether you do anything, the fact that you have taken Israel to the ICJ, America will never forgive you for that. So you must know, even if Trump goes to jail for those files of Epstein, or if he succeeds, he avoids prison for Epstein files, and then he goes on retirement, you can be rest assured whoever is going to come after Trump is going to continue this policy of being anti-South Africa. Why? You are going to be punished for the stance you took against Israel. And this local government is going to be sponsored in such a way that any party that doesn't support Israel or pronounced against Israel doesn't get any support.
In other words, he's saying we don't give a continental. We're not afraid of you.
My money is going to be pumped in. We must be ready. One of the people you are telling me about was in Morocco. I mean, when you are in Morocco, it's equal as being in Israel. But there are very strong rumors. I don't know why you as journalists are not checking some of this. There's a strong rumor that President Zuma was in Israel somewhere in December. Have you seen MK t-shirts? You must pay attention to detail. It's not these t-shirts, it's golf shirts. They don't wear t-shirts. And it's mesmerized. It's a proper quality. And then that uniform, you see that uniform? That camouflage. It's very expensive, that thing. Go and check it. Go and check how much that thing is. You're going to be told a nonsensical story that they are buying for themselves. They don't buy t-shirts for members. It's not true, that thing. But no one has ever asked the question, where do they get the money? Why would a president, such an old man, go and watch a match in Morocco at night? Morocco. We know who Morocco is. We know Morocco doesn't speak politics. It speaks money.
Terry Leah Wilson wants you to forget what she did in Austin, while Texas families buried soldiers killed by radical.
Can you imagine if I went to watch a game in Morocco? Firstly, some of you don't even know where Morocco is. But if I go there, you are going to start knowing Morocco. The same way you started knowing 408 channel. It was after I arrived in Parliament. You started knowing Parliament has got a channel called 408. So maybe I must go to Morocco so that you can know the continent. From Morocco, I go to Egypt, then you know. Because it looks like you wait for me, for you to learn the most basic things. Let's learn Morocco. We're open for any dialogue with any people, our comrades, Africans in the diaspora, progressive forces, in the oppressed nations, everywhere else. I think we make it a point, if not weekly, but bi-weekly, to have an interface with different countries and different people, progressive people, to encourage one another to continue to push and fight the injustices meted against our people. Bafana's consideration to play at the highest stage can never be above the interest to life. When many countries boycotted South Africa to participate in the sporting codes and cultural activities, it was because children were dying. And we would have wanted to host and see those things alive, participate in all of that. But we had to consider that life is being lost. Now, there's a problem of visas in that country, where Bafana themselves, who want to play at the highest stage, that highest stage can end up being their death site. Because when they see them there loitering without a game, eyes will come here and then attend to them. So are you not setting them up for death? Because it's not safe, that place. For anyone to go there, it's not safe. Actually, DP, South Africa should be issuing that letter calling on citizens to come back. What do they call it? We know when we are about to have a protest or something, the embassies issue letters and say, no, citizens must be careful. Travel notice. They should be saying, hey, it's not advisable to do what you are trying to do. Yeah, if you go, but you must know that place is dangerous. That place has become extremely dangerous. And we won't encourage that. We are calling for the boycott of World Cup in America and call on SAFA to join in calling for boycott. And the individual players and the legends must call for the boycott, because it's not only about what is happening in America, it's also about what's happening in Palestine, which is directly, without any sugarcoating, sponsored by America. What is happening in Venezuela, the threats on Greenland, the undermining of international law. Any conscious South African will say, especially those in the space of arts and culture and sports, should be able to say we cannot associate ourselves with this kind of things, rightfully so.
Julius Malema is clearly at war right now. Let me know if you know of us. His speech against the United States of America, very, very interesting. I want to know what you feel about this. Bless.
The website, the link to the website here in the comments section. You can see it and you click on it and go to the website. One of the reasons that we're late here, that Max was just finishing his new article, his new piece on what has happened in Iran, you considering the use of Starlink during the protests and then the riots that have happened in Iran. Max, what's new? What did you find? And let me bring up the article that you've just published. Here is the title: NED leader cut off in Congress after boasting of deploying 200 Starlinks to Iran amid violence.
Well, as viewers and your audience probably knows, Iran was
the site of 2 days of deadly rioting between June 8th and June 9th, which according to official Iranian government figures left over 3,000 dead. That's a lot of people. The death tolls obviously being exaggerated massively in US and Western media, and we'll start to see why. We can clearly see why. But we learned through a hearing of a House Oversight Committee in US Congress today that an organization called the National Endowment for Democracy, which is funded by the US government, which exists to promote regime change around the world by sponsoring so-called civil society groups, media, activists, training, journalists, funding political parties, has now identified Iran as its top target. And its president today was asked about an apparently secret State Department program by the ranking Democratic chair of this House Oversight Committee to smuggle Starlink into Iran. And he declared that the National Endowment for Democracy had already deployed 200 Starlink terminals into Iran. And then he was promptly cut off by the chair of the committee because he had said too much. So we picked this up at the Gray Zone. We have the video out there. This president of this National Endowment for Democracy president's name is Damon Wilson. We've reported for years on the endowment, also known as the NED, and their subversive activities around the globe. And now we know how deeply they were involved in these riots. Wilson also took credit for the death tolls and said they're working with their partners who have networks inside Iran to basically increase the official death toll to anywhere between 17,000 and 30,000. This is while Western mainstream media resorts to monarchist sources close to Reza Pahlavi to jack up the death toll to 36,000 without any verification. So now we can see kind of how the sausage is made. And we see it not only behind closed doors, but in a congressional committee where the president of this regime change organization, the regime change arm of the US government, apparently said too much.
Yeah. Let me bring up the clip that you've just mentioned and play it for our audience.
I believe, Mr. Chair, that we just got a notification that the State Department is actually funding a program to, I guess, with Starlink. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of the State Department, but what I would share is that we've been investing in communication tools over years that allow for information to be sent into Iran, even when internet connectivity is blocked. We specifically began supporting the deployment, the operation of about 200 Starlinks early on.
All right, you know what? I'm going to interrupt you. We better not talk about it. Okay, so
Yeah, in those days, I was in Iran, Max. As you mentioned, the first 2 days were so calm. People were protesting. They were somehow, they wanted to show some sort of, objection to the situation with the economy, which was, after all, the U.S. Treasury Secretary said what of the they have tried to do everything to bring down the Iranian currency, which was the outcome. The protest was the outcome of what they've done in the United States. And then you see the protests turning into riots. So strange to me, because in that particular moment, in those days, the president of Iran, Masoud Pezeshkian, he tried to talk with these, with the economists, with the, the elites of Bazaar, as they call it, the elite of market there, and suddenly something happened on the ground, and they have changed everything. The nature of the protests turned into riots, and they start burning everything. That was so strange for me to witness.
Yeah, and that's when the pressure built on Trump to do something. On the 14th of January, it was either the 12th or the 14th, which is after the internet blackout, which revealingly stopped these violent riots, and the shutdown of Starlink, which obviously the rioters were using to coordinate unrest. Donald Trump came under all this pressure to do something or say something. But U.S. military assets were not in place. He had just kidnapped Maduro. The USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier battle group was still in the Caribbean. The Abraham Lincoln battle carrier group was not in place. But Trump then declared help is on the way. And this fueled the belief among the Iranian opposition that the U.S. was going to intervene, and it trapped Donald Trump. And it was from that point that Trump had to authorize these 2 aircraft carrier battle groups to put them into place, that he then restarted these negotiations, which led to war in June, and began playing the Israelis' game, became basically a marionette for Benjamin Netanyahu. So that was the utility, that was the purpose of these regime change riots. And we can now see how a U.S. government entity, the National Endowment for Democracy, had kind of laid the groundwork for unrest and insurrection in Iran. There was also the assessment that we cited at the Gray Zone from Stratfor, which is known as the private CIA at the time, which was very accurate, referring to the riots as a bridge to a potential U.S. military intervention. They said these riots will not lead to regime change, but they may lead to a regime change war, and that's basically the purpose of them. However, if there is a regime change war,
here's something most drivers don't know. The older your car, the cheaper your insurance should be. If your vehicle was made before,
all protests will end. But they had basically been ended because of the internet blackout. So that's where we are right now in the United States. Here in Washington, Trump is preparing for his State of the Union address, and he's going to talk about Iran. The Olympics, the Winter Olympics have just ended. Couldn't have done the war during the Olympics. All of the military assets that the U.S. can muster appear to be in place. They may not be enough, but that's what the U.S. has. And Israel is preparing its own plan of attack in coordination with the U.S. So we have really reached an inflection point. The only other date this week that I think is relevant or event is negotiations on Thursday, I believe, in Geneva. And this is where Trump and Witkoff and Kushner are telling the Iranians that if you don't essentially capitulate, in Witkoff's own words, if you do not capitulate, then we will attack you.
Yeah. Here is Witkoff said something about the nuclear program of Iran, which somehow is so familiar for me from what we've heard for many years from Benjamin Netanyahu. Here is what Witkoff said.
That it's all about their civil program, and yet they've been enriching well beyond the number that you need for civil nuclear. It's up to 60%. They're probably a week away from having industrial grade bomb making material, and that's really dangerous. So I can't have that. This is something that they have to stick with until they prove to us that they can.
So if the situation is so dire, then you have to negotiate, you have to talk instead of sending a lot of weapons to the region in order to put pressure. It seems that in the mind of the Trump administration, that the Iranian government, the Iranian people would somehow capitulate but that's not going to happen, Max. These people have no idea what is happening in Iran and how people are so much prepared for they're prepared to negotiate, they're prepared for war if the United States decides to attack them. And after all, they're talking about Thursday, as you've mentioned. I don't know how much of outcome are we going to get on Thursday, because it's not that much promising when you when you send a lot of weapons to the region. And the only outcome, what is your assessment of the current situation? It's so fragile. I think even a false flag operation can bring a new war in the Middle East. What is your understanding of that?
It's been reported today that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are going to make the determination on whether there should be war based on their assessment of the negotiations and whether they can go forward. So you have two adherents of the Zionist movement who are deeply invested in the project of Zionism. Jared Kushner, much more than Steve Witkoff, but Witkoff's family is integrated into this network of pro-Zionist business interests and elites. But Jared Kushner, as a boy, his parents hosted Benjamin Netanyahu. He would have to get out of his bed so Netanyahu could stay over at their house. He was practically in bed with Netanyahu. So this is who's left to make this determination. Jared Kushner holds no position in the US government. It wasn't even made known to Trump's supporters or even those in Trump's inner circle that Jared Kushner would be playing a role in this administration. And he comes out of nowhere. And now it's up to him to make what will be, I think, one of the most fateful decisions of our lifetimes, and certainly of the Trump administration. Will he decide that Trump will go taco, as Trump's opponents call him? Trump always chickens out, and that he'll remove all of these military assets and disappoint Netanyahu, because Netanyahu will never be able to get this many U.S. military assets and this level of force posture around Iran, probably again for the rest of his life, with a president in office who controls both chambers of Congress through his party, who is essentially a vehicle for Israeli influence through the donations, hundreds of millions of dollars from Miriam Adelson and Paul Singer and other Zionist, MAGA-oriented billionaires. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Netanyahu. And if Trump chickens out, if Trump finds an off-ramp, which would actually be the right thing to do, not just politically or diplomatically, but also militarily for the US, if he does not do that, the Israelis will be furious. And as you mentioned, they could take they could go for some black operations, a false flag. They could just directly attack Iran too, as they did in June. And that's the other issue with these negotiations. Leaving aside the deep ideological investment that the US negotiating team has in the project of Zionism, Israel is just this wild card. And Israel now recognizes correctly, this is coming out in Israeli media, that Iran militarily is reaching parity with its own military. Israel's been gifted every gadget and high-tech investment possible by the most powerful empire in human history, along with a de facto air bridge of JDAMs and high-powered bombs and F-35s and F-18s, F-15s. They have the most powerful air force other than the US. They have one of the most powerful air forces in the world. And yet they have been forced to recognize after the 12-day war that Iran, through its ballistic missile program, is able to fight it to a standoff and force it into demanding a ceasefire. And that since the 12-day war, Iran has not only replenished its stocks of ballistic missiles, it has exceeded its pre-existing stock and produced more mobile missile launching systems, as well as more underground de facto military bases for its ballistic missiles and its thousands of drones, as well as its sea mines. And Iran also has drone-like sea mines that can actually move to avoid mine sweeping systems. Its military, which is mostly developed on an indigenous basis, but now receiving new support, which is mostly unknown to me, from Russia and China, and accepting that support, is stronger than ever. So those who have said Iran is at its weakest point, I've even seen some analysts that I consider to be credible say Iran is now at its weakest point, are getting it wrong. The Israelis understand that. I linked to on Twitter an article in Israel's most widely read paper, Yediot Aharonot, declaring that Israeli officials are urgently briefing and pushing their U.S. military counterparts to attack Iran because they are so worried about the nature of Iran's ballistic missile program. So these riots and all the which were triggered partly by the economic assault by the U.S. on Iran's economy through sanctions. They projected this, they created this sense that Iran is weak, that Iran's on the ropes internally. But the Israelis understand that militarily Iran is getting too strong. And that's why I think even if there are negotiations now that succeed, it's only delaying the inevitable. As long as there is this greater Israel project right there in the region, war is ultimately inevitable with Iran, and the pressure on any U.S. president, the preponderance of pressure, particularly on a Republican like Trump, will simply be insurmountable for that president to attack.
We've seen that the Pentagon finally is talking about that the war with Iran gonna take, that's gonna prolong. That's gonna be it's not gonna be a quick war, a quick attack. That's gonna happen, and the huge casualties may this war bring to the United States. And here is the Joint Chiefs Chairman, General Dan Kane. He warned Donald Trump himself, that considering that what would be the main goal? And in your opinion, when it comes to the Trump administration, how do you see the combination of forces? On one side, we see General Kane coming out and saying, if you start this war, it's going to be a continuous war. It's going to be a new war in the Middle East that may take a decade. On the other hand, you see people like, Lindsey Graham, people like those people who are mostly pro-war, and they want to bring a new war in the Middle East in favor of Israel and using the United States as a proxy against Iran. How do you see the combination of these forces within the Trump administration?
Well, let's start with Lindsey Graham. He's another vehicle for Israeli influence. You can clearly see that. He's made 2 trips to Tel Aviv already this year. And while he makes his trips to Tel Aviv, Netanyahu makes his trips to Washington. They trade places. And it's kind of like this shell game, this 3-card Monte game, where you can't tell who's the Israeli and who's the American. But by trading places, they create this chorus that Trump hears that he must attack Iran. Netanyahu's meeting with all his allies in Washington. He's providing Trump and his team with all sorts of intelligence, hyping up Iran's imminent nuclear capacity. Steve Witkoff declared this week that Iran's a week away from a nuclear bomb. That's obviously coming from the Israelis. As we speak right now, at 3:00, Marco Rubio, National Security Council Director and Secretary of State, has convened an Iran meeting, and the CIA Director, John Ratcliffe, is right in there. This other Lindsey Graham-like figure who, as I wrote about last year, is known inside the administration as the Mossad stenographer, because he just gets briefings from the Mossad and then feeds it right to the president. Susie Wiles is the chief of staff who makes sure that there are no dissenters in these meetings. Tucker Carlson, who fresh off dismantling U.S. ambassador to Israel, or I can't tell, is he the Israeli ambassador to the U.S.? Mike Huckabee in Jerusalem, in a 2-hour interview, appeared at the White House. And I mean, anybody could guess that why Tucker was there. He wasn't there to, eat Burger King with Donald Trump. He was there to lobby Trump against a war on Iran and warn of the consequences, and to stand in the shoes of Charlie Kirk, the late TPUSA leader, who last year tried to warn Trump and was rebuked by the president himself very angrily for warning about war with Iran. I think I was the first journalist to reveal that. So there are competing forces, but these are political forces. Pete Hegseth, he's the Secretary of War, what was once known as the Secretary of Defense. I like this new title, actually. It's more honest about what the Pentagon is. Hegseth will do anything that these forces tell him to do. He just wants to maintain his position. He was recently training with some military cadets, benching what appeared to be like fake weights, claiming he was benching 350 pounds. I don't know if he's on a cycle of steroids or the weights were fake, but it doesn't matter. These kind of spectacles show that Pete Hegseth is not serious, and that the serious people are in the procurement wing of the Pentagon, who have to determine how many military assets are available, and especially how much standoff capacity the U.S. can actually muster, and for how long against a military like Iran. The serious people in the Pentagon are in the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, military intelligence, who determine what Iran's capacity is, its own standoff capacity, its ability to withstand strikes, etc. They are not at the top, at the political level. And then you have the Pentagon brass. These are the generals, including Dan Kane, who have had to deal with the DIA and deal with the procurement side and know the numbers. They're sort of like numbers guys. Kane, I assume, also is more ideologically MAGA than Mark Milley or other previous CENTCOM chiefs. But he's looking at the cold, hard facts, and he is recognizing that this war may not be winnable with some lightning assault on Iran, that it could drag out for weeks or months without even achieving regime change, killing possibly tens of thousands, causing an economic crisis globally, possibly destabilizing regional family dictatorships in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. But for him, it's a question of whether it's militarily winnable or not. I don't think he's even considering political or moral questions. It's whether they can do the job and what Iran can do back. And he leaked, or someone around him leaked, to three major outlets in the US, that the Pentagon Joint Chiefs essentially are concerned, if not in opposition to launching this war. So for Trump to do this, it would just be another confirmation that this is a war for Israel, for the ideological elements that have captured the White House and which do not represent the American public, which opposes this war in vast numbers. About 70% of the US public opposes this war. I think 95% of registered Democrats oppose it. It's not representing even the American military, which has now expressed its opposition. It's representing this faction of ideological zealots who are adherents to the project of Greater Israel and the fundamentally destabilizing philosophy of Zionism.
Actually, Tucker Carlson brought this up in his interview with Mike Huckabee. Said that most Americans don't want the war with Iran. And Mike Huckabee's answer was somehow amazing, that he said that it's not that much important for the United States, for the president of the United States to consider that. What is the process? Are they not really considering that the situation with their elections, are they really concerned about that, or that's not that they, or they can sacrifice everything for the sake of Israel?
I mean, if Donald Trump is and the U.S. military, in tandem with Israel, are able to strike Iran and achieve some results similar to Venezuela, they'd be putting all their doubters to shame, and they would improve their chances in 2028 for sure. And Ben Shapiro would declare victory over Charlie Kirk and Tucker Carlson, and that would be it. But that's not likely to happen. I mean, I can't see it happening so cleanly. By the way, the U.S. did not achieve regime change in Venezuela. It was basically a special forces operation to extract or kidnap one figure and his wife. Could they even achieve that inside Iran? I don't know. But achieving regime change, I think, even the man on the street in the U.S. has some vague understanding of the resiliency of the Islamic Republic and that it can't just be removed through waves of JDAMs in 72 hours, and that it's going to be a bloody affair and may cost the lives of many American service members, including members of the crew of the USS Gerald Ford, which had to dock yesterday in Crete, on the island of Crete, just so they could clear their bowels because the toilet system had completely backed up and was overflowing. So Trump is walking on a knife's edge. There would be nothing more disastrous for Trump than losing several hundred US service members or triggering an economic crisis for a war that more and more Americans understand would be on behalf of Israel. I don't know what he's thinking. It doesn't look like he is thinking much. As I mentioned in the beginning of our discussion, Trump trapped himself on I think it was January 12th, when he said help is on the way and told Iranians he's going to do something. And then the air bridge and all the military assets and most of the U.S. Air Force and over 1/3 of U.S. naval assets followed. So he's trapped. And who's trapping him? Who's doing the trapping? Figures like Marco Rubio, who have the ability to deploy those assets as the director of the National Security Council. Figures whose careers have been propelled by Zionist oligarchs like Paul Singer. There's another factor here that I think is more psychological, and I try to focus more on material factors like pro-Israel donations or the military-industrial complex. But I think personality is always a factor in everything Trump does. And Trump has been the target of many assassination plots. One actually took place 2 days ago, apparently, when someone who is listed as a missing person just happened to wander into Mar-a-Lago, Trump's estate in West Palm Beach, with a shotgun and a can of gasoline, and he was shot by Secret Service. We remember when Trump was a candidate, there were 2 assassination plots, including one that missed his cranium with a bullet by a few millimeters. And, there's a sense among the MAGA base that those assassination investigations have been buried by Trump's FBI after these massive security failures by his Secret Service. And there's a sense within the Trump family, and I know this, that this is their belief. I'm not saying it's my belief. I don't know. These could have just, Tyler Robinson, who killed Charlie Kirk, Thomas Crooks, who nearly killed Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, Ryan Routh, who was recruiting for the Ukrainian military in Ukraine and then shows up at Mar-a-Lago waiting outside with a sniper rifle and is arrested. These figures could have all just been lone wolf lunatics. It's a little bit odd that they just keep coming at Trump, but the belief within the Trump family is that they are being targeted by them. You hear them say, they tried to kill Eric Trump, for example, Donald Trump's son. He said, they tried to impeach my president, my father. They waged lawfare against my father. They came up with a phony Russian hoax against my father. And now they're trying to kill him with these assassination plots. He actually said that in a CNN interview last year. So who is they? Who does the Trump family see as they? They clearly believe that there is a they that is trying to kill them, and that the they is very powerful. And so I'm able to deduce from that Trump is concerned that if he doesn't follow the program, which he is increasingly following, betraying so many of his campaign promises, including on issues of war and peace, that he's more at risk and that his security team cannot protect him. His family absolutely believes that the security team responsible for so many failures, especially in Butler, Pennsylvania, cannot protect him. And watching what happened to Charlie Kirk must have frightened Donald Trump. And when did it happen to Charlie Kirk? At a time when Charlie Kirk was going off the pro-Israel reservation, losing multi-million-dollar donations to TPUSA, and lobbying the president against war with Iran. Do I have evidence that Israel was responsible for killing Charlie Kirk? No, but that's not the point of the comments I'm making here. All I'm trying to do is get into the head of Donald Trump. And I know for a fact that his family believes that they are being targeted by powerful forces.
Recently, Tom Brock, the U.S. envoy to Turkey, said that Israel must revise its strategy in the region because we as the United States cannot go and fight each and every war on the part of Israel, because there are more than 1 billion Muslims, 2 billion Muslims, that we cannot fight each and everybody in favor of Israel. And what has happened during the interview that Tucker Carlson had with Mike Huckabee, this argument that Greater Israel means that the whole Middle East being part of Israel, it's so strange, because after all, how long does the United States want to fight these endless wars in the Middle East? And these are the recipe for disaster. Considering what's going on with the economy of the United States, the competition between the United States and China, between the East and the West. Let me play the part that Mike Huckabee, suggesting his idea about Greater Israel.
That God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. Mm-hmm. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. Yeah. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
That had a lot of repercussions among the Arab states in the Persian Gulf. Your understanding of that?
Well, the Arab states, who are essentially vassals, or have been vassals and were expected to normalize with Israel, are now understanding, thanks to Tucker's intervention and Mike Huckabee's revealing commentary, which is just a simple elucidation of Christian Zionist ideology, not theology, ideology, that Israel has the right to control all of their territory, essentially anywhere where the Hebrews walked in the Bible, where there are Jewish holy sites in the Bible, according to Huckabee's ideology, is where it can be and should be Greater Israel. But this is something Iran has understood, and has understood for decades, that there is a Greater Israel project, that Israel is not a nation that will ever set borders, and that while it may not seek to necessarily control all the territory between the Nile and the Euphrates, the Greater Israel will seek to control all of the governments and all of the people through some form of force. And Iran has understood that it will also use proxies or forces like Sunni extremist forces to destabilize that area in order to achieve control, which is why Iran, by Qasem Soleimani, sent the IRGC to defeat ISIS in Iraq and Syria. It wasn't only about ISIS, but his message was, if we don't fight them on our periphery, we will be fighting them inside our country. Israel achieves its goal of regime change. yes, Iranians will see their country fragmented. It will no longer be the same country it was. There will be civil war, and there will be infiltration by these violent elements. The same thing that Lebanon has experienced since 1982 when Israel invaded Lebanon. And they continue to kill Lebanese citizens as we speak. Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, articulated this in a message aimed at those very Arab states, those Sunni nations, at the recent Doha Forum. He spoke for 10 minutes and clearly articulated what Greater Israel means for the region, and that it means a project of total hegemony for a nation that is basically a tiny nation with no borders, which is controlled by about 7 million Israeli Jews, imposing themselves on a region of hundreds of millions of people through sheer force and brutality. And I think, those other states are beginning to understand that principle, but what do they have as leverage other than strongly worded statements like the remarkable statement led by Saudi Arabia against Mike Huckabee's more crudely articulated concept of Greater Israel? That's what the region is fighting right now. And in many ways, it's what large parts of the world are fighting, which is the concept of Greater Israel. And it has no borders. We know where it starts, but we don't know where it ends. And it appears that the only thing it understands is force.
Kofi, follow me.